when you look at the arrival of the fifth industrial revolution, this is just the best time for us to engage, you and I. This is the best time for us to interact in preparation for the fifth industrial revolution. We have a lot of issues. Some of them were trashed here yesterday. When you talk of human resource practices, it's a serious business. We have the issue of generational gap to manage. How do you manage Gen X, X1, X2, Gen Y, Gen Z? The alpha beta is coming. Alpha beta generation will be more virulent than the Gen Z. Are we really prepared? The Gen Z it appears we are scared, or it appears we don't really understand them. Let me put it that way. They are not as sophisticated as the alpha beta generation. Some of us are having difficulties in managing them in the workplace. We deal with them every day. Sometimes you need to understand their thought processes for you to manage them. You are 60 and you want to manage a young man of 21. You are not married and you want to marry someone who is more sophisticated than you. Today we are looking at spirituality in the workplace. We are looking at mental health. We are looking at, I tell people human resource management has gone beyond the era of collective bargaining, training and development, conflict resolution. It has gone beyond that level long time ago. The speaker here yesterday made an attempt to give us the movement where we were, where we are today, and the future. We started as labor administration. From labor administration, we got to personnel administration. From personnel administration, we got to where we call personnel management. And that's why it appears some of us are having difficulty in managing or understanding the difference between personnel management and human resource management. We have moved to human resource management long time ago. And it is expected that in the nearest future, we'll get to what we call the human accounting. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the issues we'll trash here, because we need to define our position as professionals. We need to determine, is it job satisfaction that we need, or we need motivation in our workplace? Why are people leaving the country? Is it underemployment or unemployment? Is it motivation? Is it job satisfaction that is missing? I tell you this, you and I have a lot to do. One of our members here yesterday was giving us a practical experience of how she was admitted into one of the security agencies, but her parents did not allow her to proceed, strictly on merit. I am happy that at the end of our discussion yesterday, we were able to draw a line between public, because it almost became a debate. It became a debate here, and I said, this is intellectual exercise. Let us address reality. Even though intellectual exercise will guide us in our actions, but the reality we should address, who are we to blame? You talk of corruption in the workplace. You talk of structural issues. We talk of policy somersaults. We talk of a lot of things. And one of the speakers here said something. He said, the best structure we have is still in the public sector. A lot of people praised the private sector. Which of the private sector are we praising here? Is it the organized private sector? Is it the one-man business? Is it the informal sector? A lot of things are happening that if we have to expose them here, most of us who want to become self-employed. The major driver of any organization remain the human resource part. The human part of the organization is the most critical, the most important. You cannot do anything if you don't put the human factor into consideration. Most of the people you interact in the workplace, how are you sure they are mentally fit? Do you care about that? Even the owner of the business, are you sure he or she is emotionally stable? There are people who are very toxic. There are those that goes around with bags and baggages of emotional issues. How do you handle a situation where you work in an organization that is owned by an individual and the daughter or the son of the owner of the organization reports to you directly? There are a lot of issues that goes beyond pay. Most of the things addressed by a lot of people, they focus more on pay. Pay is not a determinant of job satisfaction. It is just a motivator to a level. Pay should not be a determinant for you to move from one place to another. It appears you look at pay. Why do you work? That's the first thing you should ask yourself. Why do you work? Different people will join an organization for different reasons. Some will join an organization because social status. Many years ago, a lady came to the office. She wanted to register for her husband. And I asked her, why is your husband not here? He said, my husband is a very busy man. I said, what does he do? He said, he's a pilot. A pilot? I asked her, how do you mean? She now said, the man works with CIHRM. To my mind, maybe he, at that time, insecurity in the South region was at the peak. So sometimes they go to Lagos, they go to Port Harcourt and return the same day. He said sometimes the man closed late. I said, really? Where did you live? He said, Magodo. But he needs to pass through Ugudu, on around K2, then drop people. I said, is he a chopper or? He said, no, he's a driver. He drives the bus. He said, that is what they call them there. That they call them pilot. A lot of jobs are being dignified today. Before now, when you have a messenger in your office, you call him a messenger. Today, it is not a messenger. It has become what? Office assistant. Even the barbers, you don't want to be addressed as barbers. Even the tailors, you don't call them tailor. You call them what? Yeah, call them dignified names. Ladies and gentlemen, your membership of this institute is not a mistake. You have a lot to learn. You have a lot to learn, particularly for those of us who are already involved in the transformation of our organizations in preparation for the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution. Let me mention this. If you are yet get to a level where you need to realize the fact that the 5th industrial revolution has come, then you have a lot to do to yourself. You need to fill the gap. You need to acquire knowledge. You need to skill up. You need to also reskill for those who are already somewhere. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the inductees that are here today, I will congratulate you for being in the right place. This is one of the very few institutes that cares about the future. Most institutes are more interested in what is currently going on. But we look into the future. We'll see how we can marry and make projection into future generations. And like I said, generational gap is a major determinant of the direction of the human resource practices in Nigeria. Some of us, as we are seated here, are still struggling with some things in technology. Our children at home are already there. Their behavioral pattern is not the same. And that was why we recommended and suggested that spirituality in the workplace is also critical. Spirituality is not about religion, no. It's not about gathering yourself somewhere and praying, and no. It is beyond that. We are also gone beyond the era of emotional intelligence alone. A lot of activities that constitute human behavior should be our concern. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management, I welcome you to this August occasion once again. Even though we are in August, it is not a coincidence. It was deliberate. Please sit down, listen to the speakers as they bring out latest concepts, as they bring out latest issues, as they address contemporary issues that affect you and I. And because the primary objective of any organization is to achieve its set goals. If it is in the business sector, it is profit orientation. If it is a non-profit making organization, it is about service delivery. But are you prepared? Because without us, as compliant officers, as drivers, those things might be difficult to achieve. Inductees, you will be inducted any moment from now. We're expecting our legal advisor. There are rules, there are do's, there are don'ts. There are certain expectations from you. And do not be dissuaded or discouraged by the issue that the human resource management in Nigeria is yet to get to the expected land. We'll get there and we'll also go beyond that stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare today's program open. Please be seated, enjoy yourself, interact, network. If there is any issue that has to do with CIHRM, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to contact the secretariat. And before I take my leave, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the organizing committee. Dr. Elias has done a lot. Mr. Sadibu is working behind the scene to ensure that this conference takes place. I will not tell you the undercurrents that we have faced from competitors, from people who are yet to see the future. We have not only seen the future, we are there already, because it is dangerous for you to wait for the future to come before you begin to act. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Elias. I appreciate your effort. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And the inductees, you are welcome. Please listen to the speakers as they begin to dish out knowledge. And I also want to thank the speakers who have brought out everything in them. The guest speaker almost offloaded everything in her yesterday. I was jealous when I saw the table here dominated by women. Thank God a group here is to address diversity and inclusion. You cannot address diversity without looking at inclusion. As an HR expert, it's critical. In the workplace, you have a lot of people, the good, the bad, the ugly, the mentally derailed, the physical derailed, the emotionally derailed. Even we have people who have issues that they cannot separate their home from officialdom. Why is it that we have a lot of women? No, don't let me go to that direction. No, so thank you, Jason. I'm grateful.
Applause for him. Let's clap until he be on his seat. He has done justice. You know, being a lecturer, if you allow him for the whole day. Thank you so much for this wonderful one. Thank you so much. We are glad to have you in our midst. Thank you. And thank you so much. So eloquent. Well, you know, the gap between doctor and associate professor is very high. Maybe someday I will achieve that feat too. And I'll be able to disseminate. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Without much ado, at this point in time, we are moving to the next line of the items, which we are going to have someone who is very, very familiar with this terrain very well. This person is the head consultant, Abinem Coaching and Consulting Limited. For the love of the country and for the love of humanity, he said, a freelance HR consultant. Imagine you have used 30 years to work, you work for some years, and I now said, all my experience, just call upon me. I will give you, and I'm going to help you to go beyond where you are. Thank you so much for that grace that you have given us. Permit me at this juncture to invite to this side of the hall, Dr. Emmanuel Ime, to this platform. Thank you so much. He's going to be discussing with us on HR mobility. So let's sit down, like President said, relax, and pick your jota. Your phone might not be quick.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be in Abuja again. Scary Abuja. Abuja is one of those cities in Nigeria I refuse to drive. I refuse to drive in Abuja. And it's like feeling that you are playing a video game. Thank you so much, Professor Moyele, for that wonderful remark. And today we're going to be looking at something not very, equally important. Yesterday was my turn to just listen. Yesterday I was a student, and today I will just be a facilitator. I'm also a teacher, by the way. In fact, many people that have had me introduce myself will hear that I do that. I say more that I'm a teacher than any other thing, because I love teaching. And I think God has given me the ability to take complex things and simplify them. So today I'm going to be sharing with you something that's going to help us. We're looking at employee mobility. And beyond the people that you lead, I want all of us to pay attention to even yourself. With over 30 years in the job, there's a lot that I have learned. I'm going to try to control this from here, but I don't know. Okay, it's working. All right, so a bit about myself. And many things rolled in one. My job have taken me to over 25 countries in the world, in 4 continents. In the past 3 months, I've visited 5 countries. In 3 months, that's a lot. Niger Republic, Benin Republic, I was in Abuja, India, Turkey. And everywhere I go, I see the same thing happen. I see men and women that are desirous of knowledge, of change. And beyond that, even to understand why they are where they are. The world is moving so fast. The other day, I was telling my adult children that I feel so blessed that I have lived through so many revolutions. I've lived through. I told them, I said, you guys don't know what it means to have black and white television. You guys don't know what it means to be emotionally intelligent, where all you watch is Chinese movies, Indian movies, and you know what they are saying without speaking the language. Emotional intelligence. I mean, that was why I sang that anthem with pride. I know that anthem. That was the anthem I sang all through. Yeah, it was very zealous, right? That was, I mean, can you imagine if we live in a world where no man is oppressed? Can you imagine? Where no man, or be in a company where no staff is oppressed. I've had my stints in the public sector, just a stint, but I've been in the private most. You know, my stint was with the Army, 243 Reki Battalion. And that was why I appreciated the guys yesterday. You know, they are coming. And I was like trying to give them a salute, you know, for their service. So I'm also a coach. In the bid to understand my job, I've had to study so many things. So I have certifications as long as they will come. In fact, the other day, my daughter was telling me that I'm too qualified for many things that I do. And I've also studied how people operate, both in Nigeria and other parts of the world, where I've gotten several education. And I'm also a Toastmaster. Are there any Toastmasters here? All right, so just one. All right, okay. So I pride myself as a current division champion, 2025. So I'm a storyteller, you see. So today I'm going to be telling you stories. And I would like you to, more than writing, I want you to pay attention and listen. If you want to write, don't worry, you can take a snapshot of the screen, even as it's showing. So employee mobility, that's what we're going to be talking about at this time. When we think employee mobility, a lot of things come to our mind. But I want you to have an open mind today. And yesterday, I was just giggling while I was there, how you can't take the human from work. And you cannot take the human from the resources you have. The most important asset that we have is the human beings. Now, I know about nomenclature, I know about history, I know about so many things, but again, we have gone beyond managing people. You can manage a business, but you can't manage people. You lead people, you nurture people, you care for people. Once upon a time, when we think about what we do, we think about getting people in to work, so we spend a lot of time interviewing. I can't count how many interview sessions I've sat in. I remember the very first one I sat in. After a while, it gets boring. You and I know that interviews are very subjective. Sometimes we know who we want to hire before we even hire, right? Sometimes we don't even hire the best people. There are sentiments. So a lot of HR people think about bringing people in and getting people out, those exit interviews. But while they are there, yesterday, I was laughing when I had that upper form. I can't believe about upper form. Have you guys seen that upper form before? Annual performance evaluation. How thick? 30-something pages. I hated that form. Actually, when I'm evaluating my whatever, I had to fill that form 3 years. And we really don't do anything with those forms anyway. It's just to fulfill righteousness. So I was just reliving it. I was like, wow. So today we're going to looking at where we are going from where we are. And the speakers yesterday have laid very solid foundation, for us. We're going to have 3 sections today, time permitting us. We're going to look beyond turnover. Some nomenclature we use, some words, okay, this company has very high turnover. And we say it as if it's not human beings. We say it as if we are turning Gary or turning Amala or turning Tuo or something. High turnover. It's people that are leaving us. So what is employer mobility? We look at the Nigerian reality. After all this grammar, we'll look at, so what do we have? Then finally, we're going to look at this brain drain, this Jackpass syndrome that we have. Then I'm going to be calling us to think, calling us to a form of action. But let me start by telling you a story. Let's start with a story. Once upon a time, I can't hear. Once upon a time, okay, I'll tell you the story of Amaka. So Amaka, I chose that name because there was a song about Amaka that disappointed, right? You guys know? And the guy who sang that song has gotten, he did disappoint someone, I don't know. So Amaka joined this company straight from NYSC. And I had people share about NYSC yesterday, and I just relived it, my NYSC days. I was also the call liaison officer, best copper in the state, all this stuff. I wonder whether they still have them today, where we served our fatherland. I served in Borno State. I served in Mongunu, where the Boko Haram are very active right now. But in those days, it was very okay. No electricity. We slept outside 10 months out of 12. So Amaka joined this company fresh from youth service, and she was very brilliant. Everybody loved Amaka. Amaka was picking everything up. It was a bank, you see. Amaka was picking up everything. In the marketing department, everywhere. And she was there for 2 years. Amaka was the top person. And everybody looking at Amaka, man, this lady is going to be a leader. Until one Monday morning, Amaka's manager got an email. And that email says that Amaka had resigned. Of course, we went through the usual exit interview. And under the boxes that you tick, some of you have seen those things you tick before. Why are you leaving? And Amaka's reason there was to seek other things, other career opportunities. And so when we get things like that, we go back as HR. We now want to let's break it down. Okay, let us see. And by the time they broke everything down, HR came up with the idea that, we need to work on our retention of our staff retention. Now, how many of you have left a company before that you work? How many of us have left? I've left many times. How many of us have been moved before around? At the point, I moved 13 times in 20 years, both within Lagos and outside Lagos, 13 times. Now, unfortunately, in a way, if you are a top staff, they will tell you, and some of the words we use, Emmanuel, the reward for hard work is, that is so insensitive. You see, apathy. Our professor talked about apathy. To go beyond. So I had to become a coach. Beyond just sitting down, I had to study counseling, master's level. I had to become a certified coach. I had to study neuro-linguistic programming. I had to study EFT, emotional freedom technique. It cost me millions to get certification so that I can begin to understand human beings. You see, for HR, you need self-awareness. And self-awareness is basically, we talk about emotional intelligence, right? I teach that also. I'm certified emotional intelligence practitioner. That's what they call us. But EQ is basically knowing yourself, knowing people, then knowing how to navigate. That's all. And when we come to mobility, we're going to be looking at so many things today. So let me ask us, why do you think Amaka left? Did Amaka leave because of the retention issue they have? Or did she leave because she wanted more for herself? Yeah. So, and I'm going to share with you, I'm going to try not to run foul of posting or whatever. Somebody, one of my former colleague, senior colleague, called me. We're just having a chat. I just arrived at Abuja in the evening. And he said, Manuel, do you know, in our company, you are the top 3 persons in over 40-something years that have delivered leadership. And he mentioned the first guy is an American. Then he mentioned me and one other person. Say, you are the one. Because I made it my goal to raise leaders. That's what I did. In fact, I raised people. Once somebody said, Emmanuel, don't you know that you are trying to train people out for your job? They're going to come for your job. I said, then I go look for nothing to do. If you are insecure, and that's why I moved a lot. My job was to create. So I became an ambassador where you have to raise people up to the point where if a staff is not doing what they say, send him to Emmanuel. You have to understand people. Your job is not to hire and fire. So let's go beyond that word, turnover. Clicker willing. Okay. So when we talk about mobility, there's only one thing that comes to our mind, really. We think about going up. They call it the corporate ladder. You guys heard about that word? I'm climbing the corporate ladder. But you know, the bad thing about corporate ladder is only one person can climb at the same time. We're going to be looking at an example of the private sector and also of the public sector today. We'll look at what they have in common. And we do have many things in common. And we'll look at challenges that even the public sector has. Yeah, I know. They say shoe gets size, right? There are some public sectors and there are some public sectors. And there's some private sectors and there's some private sectors, right? Our dear brother was kind of really hyping the private sector. So many benefits, right? But it also comes with its own challenge. Nothing negative, just a challenge. So if you're in the public sector, be proud of yourself. Know that you are adding to build a nation over 200 million people. Clap for yourself. Go ahead and clap. Go ahead. Clap for yourself. And if you're in the private sector, also know that you are also part of this building of this nation where no man is oppressed. We are building something together. So it is when right hand washes left hand, both of the hands will be clean. So when we think about climbing the corporate ladder, that we only think about mobility up, just up. So what is mobility? As a teacher, I do that moonlighting. When I moonlight, I also actually teach in 2 or 3 different high institutions. Is that ability of an employee to move between underlying roles, not just move out, to move between roles, to move between function, and to move between location. Usually we think about location or roles. And I know one of the major things that cause dissatisfaction, if when you have highly energetic staff, highly motivated staff, and you keep them in one place. And I just say, sometimes people are being kept there to teach them. Right? And you want the country to grow. So that is how you can define it easily. The movement can happen in 2 functions, in 2 ways. It can be outside and it can be inside. I'm not talking about the internal mobility and also external mobility. What is internal mobility? Internal mobility, simply put, okay, you have it there. It's the movement of employee within the same organization. Now, that is where HR have their primary domain. You can facilitate people moving within the same organization. But when it goes organization, you do not have. When they japa, you don't have anything against on them. Then external mobility, on the other hand, is when an employee leaves one company for another. It can be painful. What's also very good. I know for me, one of the most painful moments of my life is knowing that at several times I've been headhunted internationally. They call it poaching from subsidiaries of where I work. I work for a multinational. So I've been headhunted Europe, America, everywhere. Most of them I know, some of them I do not know. And it's always very painful when you find out that the headhunting went sour because somebody there gave a bad report about you. Not a bad report, not a negative report, a false report about you because they want to keep you. I remember, going to somebody that will counter the CEO one time. I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, I really feel disappointed that this is really bad. I mean, how can you? And now, you now turn it to, you know what, we love you, whatever. I said, please don't do that. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Especially when it has to do with opportunities. Let me have the first right of refusal. Eventually, I made the people there make a commitment. If any headhunting comes for me, please don't say anything. Let me be the one to say yes or no. And if I decide to stay, I will stay. You see, when you treat staff poorly, that is where they would like to go. So we take a look at the external and internal. Now, there are 4 directions that staff can move. A staff can move. There are 4 directions, and I want to introduce you to it. Hopefully, it's going to be fun. Hopefully, it's going to also be very instructive for every one of us. I'm clicking the right thing now because this thing is still moving. Am I clicking the right thing? Okay, all right. Okay, here we go. So there are 4 directions internal movement can occur. It's not just up. When we think internal, we think the ladder. And the bad thing about this ladder is that, it's like the civil service. You can remain on one position, depending on the segment that you are serving. You will not be promoted until somebody dies, right? Or somebody retires. You know, I used to work in a place like our West African coordinator. We used to joke when we go out for lunch. I would say, hey man, do we need to kill you before somebody promotes everybody? What do we need to do to get you out of this place? And we joke about it. You know, because the structure has made that it is one person at a time. So when you have this ladder, everybody is waiting. Some people wait and retire, and yet they cannot step. They are qualified. They are qualified, but they cannot step up. It's very painful. And you now look at your mate in other parastatal, and you go pam, 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 pam. As if they're on drugs. And you are stuck. That could be very, very discouraging. So that ladder system. So rather than creating it, and I make sure this I'm teaching you, I've gone through them, and I've made proposals, and they are working right now because I'm into human beings. I deal with human beings. All right. In fact, I've facilitated several staff from where I worked to move out to Japa. So when I come to Japa, they come talk to me. They come talk to me because I will not judge them. I'm going to ask them why. I'm going to give them great counsel. And whenever they need my support, I support them. Because they are not slaves, right? They say, if something is yours, let it go. If it comes back, it is yours. If it never comes back, it was never yours. So there are so many disgruntled staff under us. You know they are not happy. You know they're not happy. And we're looking at factors that make people to stay when they're supposed to move. So the whole idea of what I thought about is, why can't we create, rather than having a vertical, let us have a horizontal system. All right? Let's have a horizontal system, a lateral mobility. If somebody cannot move up, can we move them around? You know, I've had opportunity of coaching and training like 80% of all the banks in Nigeria, including the CBN. And I've spoken to them, so public, private, everything. I've manufacturing company, I've done so many companies. Sit down with them, talking with them, training their head staff, coaching them, getting them to move from one place. I'm also a Lean Six Sigma practitioner. How do you maximize output? Simply by minimizing waste. So if somebody cannot move up, why don't you move them across? And that is the horizontal or the lateral mobility. It's like a jungle gym. I mean, that's one. I remember, you know, when my kids were very small, they went to a school, they had a jungle gym. Think about it. How would you feel if you only go to a playground? Your children, take them, I mean, these are adults now, almost 30 years old. If your children go to a playground and all they had was that ladder, just climb, you go and come back. You guys know that ladder, right? That metal ladder. Would that be fun? Like a monkey swing. But when children see a jungle gym, they decided like, there's so much to do. And that was the method I began to use. So my job as HR, my job as a leader is to study my people. And as I began to study them, I began to know the kind of leadership potential they all have. Some, just like in soccer teams, some will play forward. Some will play midfield. Some will be the flank. Some will be defense. Some will be goalkeepers. But they are all one team. It will be very disastrous for you to take somebody who is a defense player to go and become a striker and stay there. That is not his strength. So you need to position people based on their strength and also counsel them. Let them know when opportunities are available. Do you know you can actually do that? Like I told one of our staff, why don't you apply to that? Oh no, I like where I am. I'm not kidding you. I told her that, you know, if you apply for that job, she was single and she was getting advanced in age. If you apply for that job, maybe it may put you up for more people to see you and recognize you. She smiled, or like, you know what I mean? I said, yeah, I'm not kidding you. Within 2 years, she got married after she moved. Because this new job right now made her more attractive. People could see her. So it's not just about the job, it's about positioning people. And she is still there. She has worked with me for over 20 years. When she was going to leave, her grandmother said, oh, I'm going to leave you. I said, you need to go. And you do well. It's how it needs to be. So create a jungle gym. where people can actually slide. Can you move them around? I know it's easier in the private sector, and the public sector or the public world is catching up. Can you imagine many people who probably are in education? Let me just use that, Ministry of Education, but whose talents can be used more in the Ministry of Aerospace, and they are there because that is not their ministry. And I'm sure you guys do it, right? Where you move people, interministerial move, does that happen often? Does that happen often? You guys are not standing like, does that happen often? Not often, but it's a possibility. Okay, where we move, when this person is so good, I think this person will do well in that place. And you actually offer your staff. I think you are going to be a shining example. You see, this place is stifling you. So if you can't move up, don't tell them that. You can move them across. See, when children are busy, I've learned that children is about attention span. When you give them something to keep them busy, something new, something exciting, they will stay where they are. But if you only give them one toy or one activity, they'll get bored easily. That is why people leave. I've seen people, I have done it too. People have left not because of better pay, taking pay cuts, but I love the challenge. I love the energy it gives me. Now, another thing that we can look at is mobility. And I know as we are teaching you, hoping that you're going to practice it with people, you also need to look at your life today. Are you stuck where you are? Do you feel stuck? Do you wish that you were somewhere else? Are you thinking that I don't mind doing this job for free? Just be there for free. Can you imagine one time we were teaching a bank, one of the top 3 banks in Nigeria, I won't mention their name. And so we're doing Lean Six Sigma, leadership development. And just like here, they were all mostly women. I know Professor wanted to say it. Virtually in every high-powered meeting I've gone right now, they are dominated by women. I don't know why. So women, you are not oppressed anymore. You are not oppressors. I mean, women, I don't know if you know, even in the coaching world, there are more women. More women are getting more adventurous. More men are bogged down with responsibilities. More men are bogged down. And so time is going to come that the women folk will overtake the men. I know right now we're looking at, I also do gender and every single thing, but very soon the men will be, right now the men are crying. When you have 100 men that qualify for a job and 2 women apply, they'll give it to the woman. So women get 100% of employment, the men don't get. No matter. So we're going to look at that. So movements, very, very important. So, cross-functional movements, very, very key. All right. When I see anybody walk, I'm hoping they won't tell me my time is up. Okay, you are there. Okay, you are the man. You are the man. So sometimes it can be short-term assignment. So what's I doing? I got a bunch of interns, about 10 of them. I've trained them for 3-4 years. I've trained them. So here we were in the board meeting, in the OGA meeting, and some of the departments here in Abuja, everywhere, Port Harcourt, wherever we're like, oh, we are short-staffed, the people are whatever. I said, can I send my intern? You should have seen their eyes roll like your intern, like intern. But it's not an intern job. I said, can I send my interns to help you out? So I said, I'm going to volunteer 10 of my interns, actually 7 of my interns, but on condition. And you guys won't believe this. I said, you're going to get them a great place to stay. We're going to try them for just 3 months, between 3 to 6 months. You're going to give them a great place to stay. Someone said, no, they can't stay with someone. I said, no. And you're going to pay them the same allowance you pay me. That was where the problem. So you're going to pay them the same allowance because they're going to go to a new place. They don't have homes there. Maybe they know where they eat, what mama puts in Lagos, whatever. They're going to go to Port Harcourt, here in Abuja, Calabar, Abuja. They're going to pay them the same allowance you pay me, same income allowance. And until that happens, they are not going to move. But now, of course, you can only say that when you are at the top echelon. So I said, if you don't pay them that, then I will not release my yard. This is now cross-function. I'm helping you out, and you're making mouths. And I'm not kidding you. They left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 months. When they finished, can we have them back? Not one of them was returned back to me. Not one. Not one. No, Ghana. Look at what they've done. Look at, not one till today. I see one of them serving here in Abuja, in Kaduna, till today. Not one of them came back. Yeah, while I was a bit frustrated by the loss of people I've trained, because it takes time to train. Then I told myself, maybe that's just what I do. I'm a trainer. That's all I do. I nurture people. When people come to you, they come based on what they have. That is called nature. But you see, but nature is not enough to sustain you. I'm also a counselor. Did I say that? So sometimes I do marriage counseling. And recently I was in marriage counseling session online with a couple in the UK. And they married for like 20-something years. I said, you guys still love one another? I said, love does not sustain any marriage. Love is good. It's a good place to start, love. But love does not sustain marriage. Because there are days you wake up, you don't feel like you are in love. I've been married for almost 30 years. It's not every time that I feel I'm in love. Because it's a feeling, right? You're still in love, but you don't, because for the first three years, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't go to work. I'm running back home to my wife. If you see my wife, you'll probably die. She is the most beautiful woman in the whole world. She is, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. My wife is almost 60, but you would never believe. I told somebody in India, I said, guess how old my mother, maybe 35, whatever. I tell her, I say, Henrietta, honey, see what they're saying about you. She is pretty. And she's loving, she's kind, she's generous. I share about my wife everywhere I go, everywhere. She is the first woman I've met, the only woman I will know. When we're told kiss the bride, that was the first kiss. That was the first kiss. Never did it, first kiss. So why will I leave that kind of woman? No, but sometimes I want to be left alone. So what do you need to sustain love? You need to know how do you live with a woman. You need to learn. Women learn about men. Many times I've seen many women who think they figured out men. Every woman says, I know, whatever. But men, most I don't claim to know women. So you need knowledge. You need some wisdom to know how do I live with somebody who is not me. So cross-function. I began to study my people. And I believe one of them is in Ibadan now, leading his own thing in Ibadan. From my team, and they are all over, even in Liberia, in Sierra Leone. I just came from Abuja, and in the section of leadership, I like some of those guys were people I trained. In the Republic, in next 2 weeks, I'm going to be in Ghana, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in South Africa, everywhere. I see I'm so rich because I'm not kidding you, I'm going to be in the US in the next few weeks. Some of my interns just say, sir, no, but we're buying your tickets. I said, we're buying your tickets. People that have jackpot. I said, we're buying your tickets. You begin to do that. This movement might not be seen as a bad thing, but it can actually be seen as something good. And of course, finally, we have this. 30 minutes is too much. I say I have 30 minutes. Thank you. I got the memo. All right, I'm just trying to click this. Oh boy, this doesn't seem to be working. Maybe because of that he came down, that's why it's not more working. Doctor, what did you do to your patient? All right, okay. All right, okay. No matter what the women think, don't be proud because we finish our prayers with, when you finish praying, you say what? It's men, so it can't be a women. So just get that one right. And women can argue about, women can do it. No woman has argued, devil too should to be a woman. Why is devil always a man? Okay, leave devil for us. He's a man, we know. All right. Control room, can you just help me click this stuff? It's not, doesn't seem so. All right, control room, please. Can you just please go to the next slide? Thank you. That's one thing I didn't want to do. Okay, now geographical mobility, that one is not within your country. So it can actually be within your company, but within a parastatal, or I've also experienced that where I have to be what they call it, relocated, or I have to be seeded to Abidjan, and I was there for a few months because they had a crisis there, in Abidjan. So the reality we have in Nigeria, and I'm going to talk about the reality quickly, and then I'll show you a graph. The reality we have is there are things that drive this mobility. And you see, as HR, we have no control over how people move. All we have, we can influence what happens. People move a lot of time because of harsh economic climate. It's true. I mean, it's a shame, almost painful. I know people who were doing pretty well by Nigerian standard in Nigeria, but who had to start life all over again in Europe. And they were doing menial jobs, or in the US, because they are hoping that at least here, if I run, I can get my reward. In Nigeria, it might be a bit difficult. Sometimes it is towards this perceived improvement in their life. Some people say, oh, I'm going to move because of my children. A friend of mine said, I'm only moving because of my wife. My wife has been nagging me. She's a nurse. Okay, your wife too is a nurse, right? Someone mentioned that yesterday. Say nurse. I said, oh, look at all my friend. And the guy said, but I'm already okay here. Some things that women can do abroad, men, our pride will not allow us. Because that's not how we are designed. It's like, I don't know about men. Men, if you are here, have you ever been driving your car and your wife is controlling you where to turn? I'm like, why do women do that? I'm driving home one day. I picked up my wife. We're getting home. I said, honey, you need to turn her. I said, honey, I come home every day. I don't get lost. Now, it didn't make sense until I went to a Toastmasters meeting. My daughter came with me. On my way back, she said, Daddy, she's 25 years old. He said, Daddy, can we drop by supermarket? I said, sure. I was like, Daddy, you're going to turn now. I said, do they train you guys how to do this thing? So women are naturally controlling, okay? They are naturally controlling. Did I get yes on that? Yes, they are controlling. But women are very good. They think with both brains. That's why woman has the ability, why they don't even sleep. But why they think they are sleeping, a woman can hear the voice of a child crying in the other room. She can tell it's nappy wet, it's hungry, whatever. A man give him breast. So we don't, a man does not hear things like that. That's why women can make better decisions because they can balance things, both brains. A man just thinks one at a time. That's why women shouldn't go to war. Shoot them. If you can't die in court, shoot them. But men, do all those stuff. So there is things that drive, to drive it. Also, sometimes, some things that frustrate, like the federal character mentioned yesterday. After the Civil War, also be something of integration, have unity schools and everything. But gradually, it was now used in a very bad way, where somebody who is skilled doesn't get promoted because he doesn't get promoted. I'm trying to be politically correct. This Abuja. In Lagos, I can say anything I want in Lagos. Anything. My son, who is a maths major, computer science, at the beginning couldn't understand how someone who brilliant, never failed any class all his life, he at the age of 7 was in mathematics. His hand was calculator. Mathematics was in his brain. How he got in first batch, but they couldn't give him the choice he wanted because of his grandfather's state of origin. He couldn't understand. He just couldn't understand. Because this is where we live in Nigeria. So meritocracy can force people, can force people to want to leave. That this place is not fair, I'm going to leave. Not because they are not enjoying their job, but just feel that if I stay here, they will bypass me in promotion. And that normally happens. So we also have a situation where managers hoard talents. Oh, it happened many years ago. One of our big talk guys from South Africa came over, and we know he came to come and poach. So he spoke to our lead here. We're like, oh, how's that guy doing? He finally said, oh, he's doing great. And I said, no, that one is not doing well. We are managing him. Because if he has said this to him, because he's the African director. So sometimes you'll be in a situation where either you are stopping the movement of people because you want them to keep working on that, you love them, but you're not thinking about them. So think about that. Sometimes people are moved for punitive measures, not for promotion. You suffer, you move you to where you will suffer. It happens too. Now, I just say with some level of caution, I suspect it happens more in the public sector. It happens also in the private sector, I will tell you. But it looks like, from what I'm hearing, I have people at director level or whatever, they tell me things. Even have to become a PS. They tell me things. So let's watch our dynamics at workplace. They say culture we eat strategy for breakfast, right? No matter what you learn in this institute, you have to go and face your culture when you get there. So it's not about let's have the best drafts. Like we know, I agree too that that our federal government, our public sector have some of the best arrangements, some of the best structures in the world. But it's in the application. We allow it. Are we going to get the best? Even affected our once upon a time from our Super Eagles. Sometimes we don't want a Nigerian coach. Let's go and get an Oyibo coach that nobody knows. Because a Nigerian coach will pick his team based on merit. He will just get a phone call. I beg, put that person here. Put that one there. Oh, this thing is not, we need national character in football. Federal character in football. So it's your goal to go and win or it's your goal to just. So that's why we don't do. Our boys go out and do well based on merit. I was in Turkey. I was in Turkey just a month ago. And I was getting free tea at marketplace because I told them Osimhen is my brother. Not really, but they think we all look alike. Osimhen's brother. They gave me chai. I was drinking. Giving me good bargain. What if Osimhen was over here? Will you claim it to be your brother? So there are systematic hurdles people must face. And those hurdles, whether you're in the banking, in the oil sector, in the civil service, there are challenges. You know what those challenges are. We are facing a massive skill gap in Nigeria. I mean, in our group, if you're in Lagos, Lagos is probably the most active group of CIHRM. In Lagos, everybody Lagos. If you're not in Lagos, maybe you should go and join, or you should do mobility. If you're in Port Harcourt, just move to Lagos group. Or Port Harcourt, you will see. And it's also the most highly charged group also in every way. You see, the kind of job that is posted every day. So there are jobs in this country. There are jobs, but it's skilled labor. Because of this, 15 years ago, I set up an NGO called SWAT Leadership Academy. You can Google it, you'll find it. SWATleadershipacademy.com. And I only train university students for free. And I've trained students all over Africa. Things they don't teach them in school. Things like team dynamics, leadership, public speaking, even phonography, how to use your phone to make movies. Because you're going to finish school, there's no job for what Unilag taught you or Yabatech. But you have to grow, upskill. So finally, I'm going to show you this. Can you please go to, you can move now. All right, okay, cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Does that mean I get like extra 1 minute? All right. Okay, so I'm going to look at 3 examples. And if you agree with me, let me know. We'll look at the primary drivers of this mobility in public sector, civil service, we call it. The private sector, banking, which I have also had a opportunity to train a lot of them, and also in oil and gas, which I also train a lot of people there. Now, in the public sector, this is what drives them. And basically, it's administrative need. Oh, we need this for administrative purposes. Then federal character. Sometimes people are hired, not because there is position, there is what to do, but so we can balance federal character. All right, so they move people around, or seniority. And there could be other things, but this is the things I've seen. Senior, okay, oh, this is the senior. Now, in the private sector, like banking, for example, they move based on the skill development. Okay, the skill, we're going to move this guy to train this guy. Then, if there is for fraud prevention, that guy should go there because there's some things happening here. Then succession planning, as this guy is getting older, we need someone to want to go. So they think more ahead. They don't wait until the person gets there. There is almost no tenure elongation in the private sector. Your check will just stop coming. Then performance. Like for me, I retired, but I was still retained as a contractor because, again, if you work well, leadership begins to say, if you live very well, people will not want to let you go. People are very, very important. Now, in the oil and gas, it basically, project needs, knowledge transfer, technical skills, department. I mean, you see people coming from Europe to America, Nigeria, whatever. And beyond what they will tell you, Nigeria is endangered, red zone, don't come. And they pay them a lot. When they come here, we're like, Nigeria is okay. A lot of them don't want to leave Nigeria. In fact, a lot of them say they paid off their mortgage in 3 years, 2-3 years. Nigeria is actually good. When they come in, they don't want to leave. So don't worry about whatever they tell you, oh, it's bad, it's there. Now, the key challenges, however, that we face in the public sector is bureaucracy, and it was mentioned yesterday, bureaucracy, the bottleneck. Number one, political interference. They won't allow you to do your job. Somebody is not worthy to be in that job, but they know they can't sack it because Oga has interest. Another one is, insufficient, inefficiency. It's in the public sector, you see it too. But as I travel around the world, it breaks my heart when I fly into my country, Nigeria. And when I fly into my country, something happens to me. There's something that happens to me. Over there, people stand in queue. You see people that you know, celebrities, big men. We all in the queue. We all go to the same coffee shop, whatever. You know, we land Nigeria, it's like nothing. But I said, but you can't do that in a private sector organized place. Go to an oil company today, Shell, whatever. They will say, park here, you park. Security will say, okay, park, you park. But as long as it's public, no, do you know who I am? I'm going to stop there. Favoritism. Low morale. Someone was telling me how in another state, not far from here, I was talking to someone that said, why do you go to work? Say, work. No, nothing I do their job. Nothing. I said, but then, why should you resign? Resign, okay. Now my rights now. Now my rights. So they go and collect. Now God has helped us with ghost workers. Ghost workers. Can you imagine? People that are dead, but somebody is collecting their salary. It's amazing. But when it comes to the private sector, one of the key challenges will be high employee turnover. That's the challenge they have. People actually leave. People want to grow fast. Bam, bam, they want to go. If I train a bunch of young, they're just graduate trainees, and they came in there, and I told them, I said, you guys know how much they're paying you per year, right? You got 50 of them, they are paying them 38 million naira per annum. Graduate training, 38 million. They are paying them. So how would they pay them to become managers? High cost of mobility is there in the oil and gas. When they move them, it's very expensive. So that one's like, rather moving him, let's just wait. It's very expensive because of the international laws, visa laws, and every single thing. And you go to the common practice that all these people have. In public sector, there is formal posting, there are interministerial transfers, and secondments. Like you can second somebody to another place. In the private sector, you have things like structured job rotation. There was a company I trained every midterm, when you resume work, you resume on a different table and department. So you have to know your department and work very well. When you resume work, when you go on leave, you are coming back, you are going to another departments. That is there. So by the time you've done like about 5 years, you've got about 5 departments. It is very structured. They rotate it. Cross-function team assignments, they are giving, just like we're giving some of you guys today. Some of you are from Lagos, Abuja, Calabar. Cross-function, give one assignment. They'll be able to learn, together. In the oil and gas, you have, project-based deployment. Based on projects, you are deployed. So if there's no project, you don't get deployed. Like NGO. Now, what about the role that unions play? Union influence is very, very high in the public sector. Union can ground anything, ground anybody. They can dictate the terms. And so unions sometimes don't think about how does it benefit the countries, how does it benefit our people. We also have it in the banking industry. It's moderate and high depending on where you are, but also very high, especially people like Nupeng, Joel Egbade in Lagos, Nupeng, and of course, Pengasin and everything. They can ground you. So you can be grounded based on your association that belong. So what do we now do? Quickly. Finally, what do we do? I'm just going to rotate at this time. So please forgive me if I go a bit fast. Control room. Okay, thank you. Just rotate. Excellence. Excellent. Okay, come on. So what do we now do? These are practical strategies to maintain mobility. You need to build career playground, not a career ladder. Remember, where people can actually go around and learn. It is fun. They want to stay longer. Actionable step, number 1, create an internal opportunity marketplace where people know that they can actually move around. Champion job rotation, upskill, for deployment, train them so they can go up deliberately, then break down managerial silos. Some managers are just occupied till I come. say, as long as I'm here, you're not going to pass me. So there are people there. They will not grow. Dog in the manger. They want like boy to grow. So break down some of those. Find that each out. Find those things out. Do a memo, a circular. People give you. There are some managers that should not be there at all. And number two is make your organization sticky. Okay, make it sticky, make it hard to leave. And I built organizations where people don't want to leave. I have built them. They don't want to leave, but they just love it. Okay, make your organization sticky. How do you do that? Integrate mobility into your career, conversation. So have you thought about moving? So when you see yourself, not just when you're hiring them, you see yourself the next time, you'll say, at the top, you're thinking about ladder at the top. So, somebody in the bank just told me that, that she doesn't want to work in the bank. She's only here for the money. Somebody told me that she wants to be a reverend sister. And she's a manager in the bank. But that's not her passion. So provide career diverse pathway. Link mobility to total reward. Make sure mobility linked to total reward. When people move around, get some reward, some allowance for them. Let them want to move. All right? Let them want to move. Then redeploy deployment as strategic tool. I've used that many times all across Africa, where I've gone to headhunt in Congo, Kinshasa, to Lagos, and I facilitated a move from Lagos to UK. All right, so master legal framework, know the legality in between, then adopt global best practices for support, then communicate the why. Why do you want people to move? Then plan transition. Don't just move people. Some people were moved, like I said, they move them nowhere to stay. In the public sector, it happens a lot. They move, they go out, you are squatting. But in the private sector, they tend to take care of you, being much better. So plan the transition, not just the transfer. HR, don't think transfer, think transition. Okay? Don't think transfer, always think transition. This person is transiting. I'm not just transferring him. Here is my final thoughts. Thought-provoking question I want all of us to go and think about. If possible, post it, write that and post it on your, seek advice before you do that. Talk about it in your management meeting. Number one, I ask you today, all of us here, what percentage of your open roles did you fill internally last year? Assuming that you have some, vacancy. A lot of times people want to hire somebody for a role and they go and look for outside. They put it outside. What about internal? So you have your staff are hearing that you're doing interview for a job they didn't even know existed, a role, when they be here. And they know that role is something they can do, or they can learn to do that role. Especially they know the culture of the company. You don't have to train the culture anymore. So you're afraid that if they come in, they're going to eclipse you. So if that number is low, then what is the real barrier, preventing us? Could it be that you are insecure, company insecure, or you guys are doing a divide and rule? There's a reason why people are kept where they are, even though they deserve more. Number two, when a manager, let me just click it so that I'm almost done. Number two question. All right, okay, number 4, 2, and 3. When a manager in your organization has an open, head count, I need this, so who has this, so, is their first instinct to call HR for an external search? Can you help me go and look? Or did they look internally? Did they say, okay, who do we have? I need this. Number 3, how many times have we lost great employee to a competitor? You lose them for a role or a challenge that could have easily, offered them internally. If only we had known their aspiration. But I didn't know you not do this one because you didn't care about them. If you knew where they are heading, you can position them. And finally, and I think this is the most, what I think is the most important question of all. Do our managers here, you feel that they are rewarded or they are punished for developing their people and see them move higher? So you keep developing people. Don't you know they will take your job? When you develop people, do you feel that you are rewarded for doing that or you are punished for doing that? Whatever you think about all of these things, I want you to put it to yourself. I want you to begin to think about how we can change our country, whether we are in the civil service, whether in the public sector, the various dimensions they might be. When we talk about people, then we talk about helping a country grow. Let us put the H back in HR. If you want to, link up with me, you can snap that on LinkedIn. Let us continue this conversation. I'll make my slides available to everyone. I'm open to answer questions afterwards. And I pray that God will continue to bless everything that we do. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beyond a trainer, is also a coach. He has displayed that with a wealth of experience. A round of applause for him again, please. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you said we'll make the material available for everyone. Do you have it already or not? Do you have it already or not? Sir, do you hear that? You sent it already. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to a point. Thereafter, we now have a brief from the chairman of the chapter. Permit me at this juncture to invite Group 4 to this side of the hall to do justice. So what we'll do is that we have your speaker and your chairman coming here. After he say thank you, you all come and join your team. Is that correct? The chairman, the presenter may be different from the chairman. I wouldn't know. Two of them can come if there is only presenter, but the two should come. If you have the two, should come after their presentation. Then you will now read out the name. Then you will now join him. You have only 7 minutes. So where is Group 4? I suppose you should be here. Group 4, your presenter, and the chairperson. Let me not say chairman, because Oga say women they seem to be taking over everything. We don't know if it's. Let's watch if it's he or she that will come and present. So we know if Dr. Emmanuel statement is justified. I'm seeing she. Wahala. It is she. Round of applause for her. That's a Group 4. That's a good start. And no chairperson. Only you. Okay, you are representing the two. Thank you. Please, can you bring up the Group 4 material as she's going to take over? Please take over and represent all your people.
Good morning, everyone.
I hope it is ready. Okay, good. They said it's ready. So.
Apologies, please. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tosin Mayowa. I'm the HR director for the Smith Sisters Group Limited. I'll be presenting for Group 4.
So Group 1 should be preparing after her.
All right. So our topic says, what role can HR professionals play in creating an inclusive workplace environment? What role can HR professionals play in creating an inclusive workplace environment? So I'll start by saying that HR professionals are instrumental in creating and maintaining organizational culture. And one of the key organizational culture of the workplace is inclusivity. So when we are talking about inclusivity, we are talking about creating an atmosphere whereby every employee feels valued in the organization. Every employee has a sense of belongingness, irrespective of your race, gender, religion, ability, or disability status. So that is what inclusivity means. So as HR professionals, we sit at the heart of the workplace culture, whether it's in the private sector or the public service. As emphasized yesterday, our role in creating an inclusive workplace environment is both strategic and operational. And this plays a strategic role as HR professional in shaping and sustaining an inclusive workplace. And several ways of creating an inclusive workplace has to do with each of our core strategic roles as HR professional, which include policy development and compliance. So as HR professionals, it is our responsibility to develop policies that make every employee feel valued and recognized in the organization. Recruitment and selection. Our recruitment process should be unbiased, as we have been taught yesterday that automation of recruitment processes help to eliminate any form of bias or discrimination during recruitment process. Training and capacity building. HR professionals, we also facilitate diverse and equity, inclusion, and sense of belongingness, training for all staff. So whether this person is disabled or not, it gets the same quality of service, it gets the same quality of training like every other employee. Workplace culture and employee engagement. So HR professionals are also responsible to promote employee resource groups and networks for underrepresented groups. So for example, for women, in my organization, we have female managers. We go as far as, enrolling them into female association like WIMBIs, whereby they get mentorship and then helps them to grow and develop. So whether a particular group in the workplace is underrepresented or not, we should also engage them the same way we engage every other employee in the organization. Also, when we are talking about workplace culture and employee engagement, whether we are planning team bonding activities, we should always have every other person in mind. You can have a person on a wheelchair in your organization, and then you won't plan a team bonding in a place whereby this person is unable to, move to that location or be able to participate in such events. Performance management and career development. Of course, we should ensure fair evaluation processes that recognize diverse talent and reduces bias, irrespective of an employee's gender, race, culture, being able or being disabled. We talk about conflict resolution, safe reporting channel. It is very important. Something happened in my organization recently, and we needed to conduct a survey. And I was a bit under the weather, so I was not around. And they conducted the first round of survey. There was no response. And when I came back, I had to engage everybody individually to, let them understand that your identity is going to be anonymous, and this survey is not going to be used against you in any way. So employees need to feel safe in the organization. So as HR professional, it is our responsibility to create that enabling environment. Strategic advocacy and leadership support. Also, as HR professional, we should provide support to every member of our team, coach leaders, and model inclusive behavior. So even if HR is creating policies or you are engaging employees to ensure that everybody feels included in the organization, what about the managers, the head of departments, the unit heads? Are they biased? So it is still our responsibility to coach these line managers on how to, make every member of their team feel valued and included in the team. So we talk about data-driven inclusion, as we have been taught yesterday. HR can track representation statistics, especially in the private sector. Most of us have our HRMS that we use. On our dashboard, you can easily identify what's the percentage of female that are represented in your workforce, what's the percentage of male. So when you have a data-driven system, you are able to properly plan for every member of your team, whether they are underrepresented or not. HR can implement diversity dashboard that measure inclusiveness, employee experience, and pay equity, then report to leadership and stakeholders. So the bottom line is that HR professionals are custodians of fairness, whether in the public service and culture architects in the private sector. So in both, we must lead the change and charge for inclusion, equity, and sustainability. In short, HR professionals act as advocates, educators, policy enforcers, cultural architects, making inclusion a lived reality rather than just a statement. So we have a table in our slide that shows the comparative, I would say differences of inclusion in both the public sector and the private and the organized private sector. Just like I've said, policy development and compliance, recruitment and selection, most of these things are still practical in the private sector because most of us have the resources to do so. But in the public sector, as we have discussed yesterday, issues like recruitment and selection needs to be automated. So if it's automated, your ATS screens out underqualified employees while those that are qualified. So let me just conclude. In conclusion, it is no longer optional. It is the foundation of a thriving workplace. While HR in the public service acts as a custodian of equity and fairness, HR in the organized private sector serves as a cultural architect and inclusion into the business strategy for innovation and competitiveness. So in both spaces, HR professionals must champion unbiased recruitment, fair policies, inclusive career growth, and safe workplace. Ultimately, an inclusive environment not only strengthens employee engagement, but also enhances institution credibility, performance, and long-term sustainability. Thank you very much.
Please show the list of the people that participated. The first slide, please. The first slide that shows their name.
Yeah, okay, I should.
All right. Look at that. You can be looking. Haruna Abdullah, can you step out to this side? Please, Haruna Abdullah Mohammed. Oluwafumilayo, where are you? Come here. Come to this side of the hall. Yunusa A. Mohammed. Adadru Vivian. Ochene Ndagi Ndako Daniel. Ismail Kazim. Ali. Pauline Olochi. Abdurrahman Kitili Hudu. Rose Emmanuel Daboro. Bahago Asabe Naomi. Debbie Fioma Azul Oluzulike. Franka Ibolue. Achiniri Samuel. Wadia Janet Ezeagboya. Tosin Mayowa. Agi Godwin Abba. Obieze Chineyenwa. Ngozi Ezeaba. Khalid. Ngozi Ezeaba. Khalid Inosa. Then Eunice Sunday. The secret, ladies and gentlemen, let them come fully. Are you okay with them, or they should form? I present to you group 4. A round of applause for them. You know, yesterday we released their own group last, so we make them the first today. Is it good? Are you good? Why group 1 should be ready? Please allow her in the front. Yes. I'm joining this group. Please wait. Are you good? Okay, let me come and do them too. My own will be sharp. Congratulations. I'm sure you are convinced they do well. Thank you so much. So now we are having the next group, which is a group 1. Are you group 1? Where is group 1? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank God, chairman follow you. If it's only she now, I would have said,
Good afternoon, fellow professional colleagues. Offering Christian Chinedu, fellow of the institution, the team leader of Group 1, and I have with me Aisha.
There's a list of our group members there.
all right, please, other groups, if you don't have presentation, you will present, but kindly meet me behind now so that we can reconcile. Meanwhile, you may not read your members now. At the end, that's when you read out their name. Don't open the basket now. Keep it closed. So your time starts now. 8 minutes.
Okay. Human resource professionals are more than administrative managers. They are strategic business partners. Corporate decisions requires insight into people, culture, and capability development. Human resource bridges the gap between business strategies and workforce execution. So what are these strategies? We're going to talk about facilitating smooth transitions, aligning workforce with business goals, ensuring safe and ethical compliant workplace, using people analytics for better decisions, fostering innovations and performance through people, and also developing future-ready leadership pipelines. So as HR as a strategic partner, involvement in business planning ensures HR aligns workforce strategies with organizational goals. HR can analyze talent supply and demand to guide executive decisions. Data-driven decision-making. HR provides people analytics that drive evidence-based decisions. This is one of the things that one of our speakers yesterday, Oga HR, was making emphasis on. Those analytics that we're talking about is not an assumption, they are facts. There are numbers that are there that can help guide in decision making. So workforce trends like turnovers, engagement, productivity influence boardroom strategies. Predictive analytics help forecast risk, for example, like skill shortages and succession gaps. Now, the succession planning, most of the time, especially I have had that experience where during recruitment, we created a policy whereby after the initial interviews, the next thing that we ask them is, okay, what do you expect from us? And most of the questions that these potential employees ask is, what is the continuity? Is it that when this MD or when this COO leaves the organization, everything falls? So they want to know that their jobs is also protected. And this can only happen if HR ensures that leadership pipelines are strong and future ready. Succession planning reduces the risk in executive turnover, aligning recruitment and retention strategies with long-term corporate goals. Culture and employee engagement. You will find out that there are some organizations where a head of a particular department, he has subordinates under him, but he's always the one doing everything. In the event that he's not available or he's not around, there's nobody around there to even carry over his own job.
which can also mar the progress of any project or any task at hand. So corporate decisions succeed only if employees are engaged. HR promotes a culture of innovation, ethics, and performance. Engagement surveys and insights to guide decisions on policies, leadership, and workplace environment. Risk and compliance management. Most of us, we have that culture in our organizations, is when there's a problem that you start thinking of a solution. So what's happening? Why don't we just talk about what might potentially happen? And as a HR, you have those tools, you have those information. There's a situation whereby you can even, they might nominate somebody that he will be the one that will head a particular project. But you know, based on his previous analysis, he doesn't do well with tasks. He doesn't perform on time. It is your job to also inform management that, okay, this person is here. Can we join him with so and so person so that we can have an optimal result? So HR ensures compliance with labor laws, diversity standards, and ethical practice. Proactive HR strategies reduces strike, lawsuits, reputational damages, advises executives on employee relations impacts before policy rollout. Now, this particular one, which is called change management, I call it management of change. It's the most important tool in human resource because we don't know how a sudden change affects anybody. Like we said, we're talking about mental health and wellness. You don't know how one small decision that we took as executives will affect them. I'll give you a very brief example because I also come from the aviation sector. There's a particular airline, I will not mention their name. They decided on their own that they were going to sack their quality manager while he was on holiday. Now, what you need to know is what gives you that confidence when you enter your airplane. When you enter, you see the air hostess, you know that the tires are in place, the wings are in place. It's the job of a quality manager. He ensures that all these things are in place. Then they decided to sack him through a mail while on holiday. What did he do? He decided to destroy the entire manual of that aircraft. He didn't care about the lawsuits that will follow, but he was pained as to how they let him go after years of sacrifice. And what happened to that airline? It was crippled for 4 years because by the aviation authority standards, those manuals are what makes or breaks an airline. So that particular management of change wasn't handled well from the HR level to even to the executive level. So HR plays a pivotal role in organizational change. It provides the framework for that communication, training, and resistance management, ensures employees adopt smoothly to strategic changes, merges, restructuring, and also the digitalization, which actually brought us to this conference. So how do we sit on that table? We're not here to sit on the table. We're not here to break it. But as HR, we should actually shake it. Why HR must be involved? Workforce cost often makes up to 60 to 70% of operating expenses. People are the drivers of innovation and execution. HR provides a unique perspective that balances business priorities with human impact. HR's contribution ensures that corporate strategies are realistic, people-centered, and sustainable. Organizations succeed when HR leaders are part of every major decisions. Business strategy without people strategy is totally incomplete. So like how we did yesterday, we can. Thank you very much.
Names of the members of Group 1, Dr. Ifeoma.
Say their name. First slide, please. Control room.
Please, if you hear your name, you come up, please.
Come out elegantly because they presented well.
Dr. Ifeoma Oyu, Chief Joseph, Duru Emmanuel Nande, Offering Christian is already here. Asha Bakare is here. Doris Wankwo, Shadika Michael, Olua Usoi Adetoni, All right. Marian Adenik Felix Kaidam.
Zainab
Zainab
Shetima,
Shetima.
Anita Umokoro,
Anita, Dr. Rita Owas.
Oyin Brakem, Ekise Rita Owasi, Ekayeme Blessing, Agalia Blessing,
and lastly, Garba.
Garba Abdullahi, and Anyao Ebere Emeka. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Group 1. A round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. Anita, you are here. Madam, you are here too. Yeah. Well done. Thank you so much. So, group 3, very well. The first 2 groups did well. Thank you so much. They are creating solution already and it's going to form a communique. Yes, group 3. Don't worry, pass here so that they won't think you are group. They are group. Pass here. Where is your other colleague? Where is she? It's only you. Control room. So I introduce to you the group 3. Please, group 2, be ready. You are next after group 3. Please, you have the floor, sir. 7 minutes, please. 7 minutes.
Good morning, distinguished professionals. I'm by name Joshua Sunday, and I'm representing group 3. And we were given a topic to consider, or like say a question. How can HR build positive relationship between employees and employers? And permit me to say, for those of us who are football enthusiasts, to bring in a scenario of what is happening between Newcastle and Isak right now. For those of us who have been following football, I think this is an issue that HR could have managed properly because trust has been broken, of course, from one of his statements. So it goes to say that if these things are being taken care of, we won't have such scenarios where a player is refusing to play, or will I say an employee, is refusing to play his role towards the contributions of the growth of the organization. Now, to that end, I would start off by saying HR, we play a very positive role to organization growth. And that's why I think lately we are being introduced as strategic partners to the growth of every organization. Now, this is what we do. We bring in, we understand the vision of the employer and in turn communicate it with the employees while we ensure that all these things are being taken care of. We can go to the next slide. HR as a connecting bridge, just as I said, HR communicates management vision to employees, channels concerns of employees to management, and ensures fairness, and this fairness in return builds trust. You know, the HR ensures that the employee gets what he bargains for at the end of the day. Not that would have a situation where an employee is being promised XYZ, and at the end of the day, the employer decides to do ABC, which of course, you know, trust has been broken, and it would affect organizational growth. Now we come to talk about rules or how we can improve these situations as HR personnel. One of it is open communication. You know, we need to communicate effectively. When the employee knows that this is the role I play towards contributing to the growth of this organization, he is now being held accountable based on the communique that was presented at first. Fair treatment and respect. Of course, we're talking about equity, you know, inclusion and all. So we have to ensure that everybody is being treated equally, and everybody is made to feel they play a vital role, irrespective of the role they play, or irrespective of what they contribute. We have to let them feel and know that their role matters. We also have employee development and growth, sorry. Of course, learning and development, it's a vital part of HR. Just as we learned this morning, you bring them in their natural selves, and it's your duty to equip, which is contrary to what we are having lately. You know, some employers would say, I can't even train them. What if I train them and they leave? But that is not the case. You want these people to be productive, hence you need to equip them and ensure that they are properly equipped. Employee recognition and appreciation. Of course, everybody wants to feel that what they are doing really matters, and we want to be appreciated at the end of the day. It's not just about working and nothing is being done at the end of the day. We have conflict resolution is going on. We have goal alignment and engagement. You know, at the point of our recruitment, lately we have been encouraged for employers to really sit down and ask employees, what is your goal, irrespective of what you are doing for me? You know, people remain with you, retain talent when they know that their goals are also attached to your organizational growth. So these are one of the ways which would introduce, or which would help foster effective communication even amongst ourselves. You know, develop and communicate HR policies that are people-driven, not just because I feel this is what I want, or this is what I want as an employer, without really considering the people that you're carrying along. We also have a positive work, foster a positive work culture. You know, just like, was it Oga HR that was saying yesterday that at some point they were employing someone and he was saying, if they don't give him hybrid conditions, he won't work. This is where we found ourselves lately. So we need to introduce and get to understand these people that we are dealing with, and then relate with them. In conclusion, mutual trust plus organizational success, it's the key to building positive relationships. So always note, HR ensures fairness, communication, and growth. Strong employee-employer relationships benefit everyone. When the employee is happy and the employer is happy, would get organizational growth at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Your members out. Please kindly display their name. Is in the first slide, I think.
Members.
Yes, becoming. Why they display your name? Yes. All right, this is the name. You can see their style too. We have Feyikemi Sharon, Tunde Alabi, Joshua Sunday, Dublin Green, Riches, Nimi, Ngozi Bamulu, Eze, Esther, Onye Shia. We also have Kinika, Uche, Omeni, Chinoyere, Noella, Iwu, Esther Victor, Chukwubuike, Sunday, John Shitongs, Motunrayo Zainab Johnson, Alhaji Dr. Kola Ahmed, Adetola Juliet, and Aisha Esu Yusuf. Also, we have Aisha Bello. That means we have. Well done. It was a good presentation. Apology, please. If you are in this group 3 and your name is not mentioned, please come out, please. Please come out, please. Apologies during the compilation. Please come out. I present to you group 3. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. All right. We now invite group 2 to do their presentation. Please. If I will clap it before you come on the table. Which one be that now? You are not here yet, you are clapping. No wonder. No wonder. I've seen sign. I've seen one of our facilitator panelists, Mrs. Fumi Adekeye. Yes, Mrs. Fumi Olukeye. So are you the chairman or you are the presenter? You are the team lead. You can see human resource people. They know language. Said she's the team lead. Please.
Okay, good morning. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. This is group 2. My name is Olufumilola Olukeye. I'm Director of People and Culture with ActionAid International Nigeria. My colleague will introduce herself and she'll be presenting on our behalf. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
7 minutes start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol. My name is Wandike Munachi.
Please, let me preach it. Please, where's group 5? If you are in group 5, raise your hand. I didn't see hand. If you are in group 5, raise your hand. We have document though. So I'm coming to meet you. You can continue now.
Thank you, sir. This is group 2's presentation, and we're asked to talk about suggesting ways HRM professional can ensure competitive wages and benefits to attract and retain talent. Next slides, please. Okay, now who is this lecture for? Please, you can go to the next slide. You have human resource professionals. You also have personnel managers, administrative heads, and MDs and CEOs. So when you pay attention to these suggestions that as a team we have proposed, you see how you're able to retain your employees. So we'll go straight to definition of keywords. And then here we have that to enable us to have a better understanding of the concept and strategies for ensuring competitive wages and benefit to attract and retain talent, it is crucial to define the following words. So on our definition of keywords here, we have human resource management. We all know what definition is, but we are just going to go straight to it. It said, this is the process of managing an organization's workforce, including recruitment, training, compensation, and employee relations. Then moving further to the next keyword, we have competitive wages. This also implies that these are comparable to or better than what other organizations in the same industry or market are offering for similar positions. Then we'll move further to the next keyword. We talk about benefits. And these are non-compensation provided to employees, such as health insurance, retirement plans, paid off time off, and other parts. So it depends on how you can as an organization, but these are the basic ones we have highlighted here. The next word there is talent. And these are highly skilled and motivated employees who possess the knowledge, the skills, and abilities to drive business success. The next word that we have, attract and retain. And this word is to be able to attract new talents to your organization and to be able to retain them. Because if you attract them and you don't keep them, that's actually waste on the area of either finances and even based on human capacity. The next word there, which is the anchor of this topic, is competitive wages and benefits. And it said this is about a compensation package that is attractive and competitive in the job market, enabling the organization to attract and retain talent. Now, I will jump to the next slide. In conclusion of that introduction, when we pay attention to these points we're about to raise now, you will see a big shift in your organization and even your MDAs. So we broke it down into 3 categories. We have the category, the strategy that we handle the comparative wages, the strategy that we handle the comparative benefits, and then the retention strategy you can use in your organization. Now, let's talk about the strategies for competitive wages. We talk about conducting market research regularly. Don't just assume that in your industry, this is the amount you pay for salary. No, compare. Make a comparative between your industry, make comparative between that position in other industries that is in the same line with you to know how much this position is actually supposed to earn. Then we move further again, talks about complying with labor laws. And this is you ensuring that salaries meet minimum wage laws and provide statutory benefits to build trust and avoid legal issues. So the next strategies where I'll actually base more, which I feel like we need to improve on, and it's talk about offer performance-based pay and incentives. And I said tie salary increment to individual and team performance. It is good enough that we recognize as a team, but there are persons in the team who actually stand out. So beyond just recognizing them as a team, those individuals should be given additional, maybe like bonuses, like commission, like where my organization where I work from, we have a system that is agent-based and we have moved them to performance-based. So persons who do well, we pay them extra 5% of their salary towards their earning. So that boosts them to do more. So we should focus on that area too. Then use bonuses and commissions linked to performance, motivate and reward employee fairly. And then we have transparent pay structures, communicate to your employees how your payment structure, how your salary structure is shown. Let them know that if you move to this position, this is what and what comes in. These are the bonuses that comes in. Then we go further to consider local economic factors. We've not let's say about the economic inflation in Nigeria. Please, let's factor that too when we are going for a competitive wage in our various MDAs organization. And then we spoke about here, provide comprehensive package benefit packages, and then we have premium health insurance and all of that. Then we want to talk about how you can now retain these people, how you can retain your people. Now, if you merge the comparative wages and the comparative benefits, you can request for the slides. You will see how you're able to retain them with less effort. Now, one of the things I also want to drag here again is the strategy for competitive benefits. More of the times, don't just give them gifts, commend them with your words. Comment them with your words, recommend them. If they are due for promotion, please make sure you include that. When they go for extra courses, extra certifications, include it and then pay them based on what they have acquired. Someone who is a BSc holder and the person gets MBA, you know what is actually demanded of that person. You should top up and the salary for that position. And then I'm just going to focus back on retention strategy, employee engagement. Please make sure you interact with your employee. More of the time, they can be having some difficulties at work and they're not able to send that to you because of some policies in ground that they might not be able to. So please make sure you engage them. Make sure once in a while you have a regular management meeting, you can have departmental meeting, you can have unit head meeting, but make sure you are continually talking with them. Then conflict resolution, complaints. Most times when employee goes to meet HR and tell them about what they are going through, you find that some HR persons can use that thing they said as a witch hunting. So next time, they will not want to say again, they will not want to talk anything again. So I think we should have to work on that conflict resolution. When you see two employees who do not agree, don't just stand with one person because that person is your favorite. No favoritism in this. So everything should be handled in fairness and equity. Then we spoke about career growth opportunity. Nobody will leave an organization where they see obvious growth, obvious value in them. No. Even they have to, in cases where they have to, they still communicate to the organization and say, oh, we are moving further for this, but they clearly know that that place is the place they want to stay. So make sure you have a path that is shown clearly, a career path that is shown, that when you do this, this is what you get. So I also want to mention on the part of regular feedbacks and checks in. Don't just wait on your employee. As a director, as a unit head, you can walk to these people. You can observe what they are doing. You can ask them questions. Okay, are you having any challenge in this place? And then you put them through. You can also act as a mentor and as a guide to them. And after all of this, we're going to deal on practical action plans. After all of this lecture, what do you need to take? Now, we wrote here, we said HRM professionals should study these strategies. Highlight areas your current MDA's organization is doing well. Rate the performance, areas needing improvement, make adjustments. So just don't say that, oh, I have the slides. Now, when we get back, compare what we have proposed here, and then merge it and see if what your organization is doing is working. I will do that for myself. My organization, for example, I enjoy premium health insurance policy, premium health insurance package. Even when I was serving as a copper, I had free bus, I had free lunch. I also have stipends. And as a couple who had to leave my family place in a place I don't have, I had free accommodation as well. So you can see how just the organization making it so easy for us to relocate has made my work and my stay. And even after I finished serving, I was retained. Why? Because I have seen these people who are invested in yourself. And even times when we do not perform very well, you see the head of the department tell you, next time, do this, do this. So I also want to, I would love to employ that we go back and check out these things and make amendments. So each HR professionals who adapt to local realities and listen to employees, we stay ahead in talent market. Remember, HRO is about its people. And we're taught yesterday that as a team leader, you are your people and your people is you. You cannot be advancing and your people are not advancing. So in conclusion, competitive wages and benefits are key to attracting and retaining top talent in Nigeria. Now, combining fair and deserving pay with benefits, with growth opportunities. Now, soft skills and hard skills, you don't just major on the technical skills, you teach them other areas like confidentiality, adaptability, working under pressure. There are things that you can't give them with money. Above all, let's combine competitive wages and competitive benefits. It is not just about the money. Sometimes how you relate with your employees can go a long way. Thank you very much.
Time up. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let me shake you first. Well done, eh? You can now call your group members to come to this side of you because they are also a champion. All right, please, while we wait for group 5, please call them, call their name.
Okay,
Please,
on the
can you
list-
display their name?
We have our group leader. We have Olufomulayo. Please, you have to forgive me, Olukoya. Then we have Ofake Sibles Nadora. We have Olorubemi Rufus Alotuji. We have Doing-Say, Telma Agor. We have Adonze Friday Anthony. We have Awane Peter Amuzie, Linia Onyechi, Eichoa, Florence Kenak Chochi, Ikechiere Nobo, Chibu, Ijoma Augusta Oyoma, Okwere Moses Ideyobe, Amoso Wagbenga, Monde Rawale, Praise Thompson, Madu Nnamdi, Abdusalim Bello Mazori, Udwag, Isaac Latform, you have to forgive me, Olumide Adekule, Awigo, Charity, Dr. Sorry. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. So please, if you are supposed to be in this group and you are not here, kindly come up and join them. Now, before on the final note, okay, after group 5, I will see what I want. Yes, permit her. She's a professional person. She didn't want to do a bad job, especially for this wonderful group. Because later, you know, come and say, our group was not, and you are also photogenic already, so it was hard to eat. I present to you group 2. A round of applause for them. Congratulations. All right. I want to invite group 5. Where are they? They are still consulting. And we are waiting. Or they are bringing another. They have combined group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4 package. Maybe they want to do extra package. We are waiting for them for their presentation. And after this presentation, for those that are in this conference, right from yesterday, you are going to go to the pavilion. I'm sure you know what happened at the pavilion. So you go through this back. I'll tell you when it is time, and you go to the pavilion. While the inductees remain, there is a food for inductees here. While there is food for, you know, for the people that has been here since yesterday. Is that correct? Is that understood? It's a clear language, right? All right. You will need this. Bring up down. We need to carry this. Come and join me. Let's give her this. I introduce you to you, the presenter and the chairman. Oh,
good morning, our professional colleagues. This is our presentation from Group 5. By the special grace of God, I have my sister here who will help us to do the presentation. My name is Murtala Saidu Uthman from Nigeria. Thank you.
And my name is Joy Rabo from Edo State Government, representing Group 5 in this presentation. Okay, so the topic given to us is how can HR professionals ensure compliance with labor laws and regulations? We have been able to pencil down some few points on how HR professionals can comply with labor laws and regulations. And number one here, we have protecting our organization integrity and regulation. Then a second one is to comply more than, the second one is compliance more than a legal requirement. Compliance is a strategy HR function that enables fairness, accountability, and trust in the workplace. It plays a dual role, preventive, avoiding personalities and reputational risk, progressive, strengthening culture and employee relationships. And on number 3, we have staying ahead of labor laws. As HROs, we need to be abreast with labor laws, in the sense that labor laws are dynamic, shaped by policies and global trends to stay compliant, monitor government circulars, subscribe to legal alerts, attend HRO law trainings. Analytical insight into this is reactivate compliance can lead to costly adjustments. Proactive compliance ensures a competitive advantage. On our slide 4 points, we have policy development and implementation. As HR people or professionals, we have to know the policies that are developed over time and method and ways of implementing them. So in doing that, we build a compliance framework. HR policies are the backbone of compliance to ensure effectiveness, draft and ensure policies on contracts, wages, working hours, leave health, and safety terminations. Ensure policies are communicated to all employees. When there are new policies in an establishment, the HROs are meant to ensure that these informations are disseminated to all employees of that particular organization. An image, we are an image representing policy development, such as a person drafting a document or a policy manual. On our point 5, on how can HR professionals ensure compliance to labor laws, we have regular audits and compliance review. From time to time, we are expected to carry out audits and ensuring that staffs are compliant with each of the reviews that are done. And in doing this, we identify and mitigate risk. Regular audits and compliance reviews help identify potential risks before they escalate to ensure compliance, conduct payroll and classification checks, perform occupational safety reviews, document corrective measures, analytical insights. Non-compliance often stems from oversight. Regular audits help prevent costly mistakes. When we carry out regular audits in our various organizations, it helps to avert some minor or major mistakes. So that's why we need to be top on our games as HR professionals. On our point 6, we have continuous training and awareness. And there's a saying that say train and retrain. So when as HR, we need to, always carry out training for ourselves, not just for ourselves, we also need to cascade it down. Building a culture of compliance. Compliance thrives in culture of knowledge to ensure that the people in your establishment complies with the rules and regulations. So in doing this is to constantly put them on the training and on the roles that they need to run along with. Provide regular training and awareness program. Train managers and staff on rights and obligations. Let the people in your establishment be conversant with the rights and regulations. I think in the lecture of yesterday, one of our speakers said, the truth is that a lot of employees do not know their rights, in that establishment. So sometimes it's difficult for them to carry out their due tasks and assignments. So we should always ensure that we bring this to the decks of our employees or our colleagues. Okay. In conclusion, okay. So in conclusion, HRO professional to ensure compliance with labor law and regulations is a strategic HRO function that embeds fairness, accountability, and trust in the workplace by staying updated on legal requirements, developing and implementing effective policies, conducting regular audits, providing continuous training, leveraging technology, fostering open communication, and partnering with legal experts. HRO can safeguard the organization's integrity, build trust, and sustain long-term growth. Compliance is not just a legal obligation, but a key driver of business success. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for them. Kindly go back to show their members. Yes, we have Murtala Sayyid Uthman as chairman is here. Jamila Mustafa, secretary. Joy Onyeri, Amos Doka, Itiga Leonard, Auta Luka, Okochi Kinikanwo, Sarah Ebaye, Joy Raba, Dr. Moses, Joy Rabo, Dr. Moses Okpadonu, Chidima Samuel Jonah, Dr. Chinyere Jerry, Moshood Bolanle, Drisu Favor, Patrick Akimbinu, Erene Ngozi Joan, Abagu Oluyemi, Olumiwa, Dr. Kalustos Ogugo, Ronke Abene Benson, Amarachi Daniel. Please come to this side of the hall. Sam. In addition, please, if you're not in any group, I will advise you to come up now to join this beautiful group. And in addition to that, we shall post all the link into the platform so that you can belong to a group of your choice. But please join us. This is special group. If you don't join this group now, yes, doctor, please join them. See, Dr. Emmanuel is joining this group. All right. You know what we'll do? Please, can we wait? You will now be another level now. Or can we, camera, should they join? Can they take it? Just hold on, you will take picture. Please hold on, don't go. I'm seeing you. We cannot tell adult to squat. This is CIHRM. If you tell adult to squat, I go say you are disrespectful. Yes, yes, we are forming another group because there will be continuous engagements after this. So it's critical. So please. All right, there's solution already. Please come here. Yes, come here. No. Please come here. Please come here. Shall. Thank you so much. My group has agreed going forward to the group. They have 7, group 8. So group 8, please stay behind. You will climb that stage and you will snap. Please. That's it. All right. Hey. Oh yeah. Please, I can do it better. I must join them. We did it together. I told them some things. We should hold on a bit so you are good. President, sir, please kindly develop a question for group 8. They are going to work on it and send it to the platform. Please, we'll read it out before they leave the stage. All right, a round of applause for group 5. Yes. He said after taking lecture with a free compliance, I still want to flout the compliance. Don't worry. I've cooperated. So, distinguished group 8, please majestically walk to this podium. All right, please come on board. is beautiful. Right, please don't go yet. Your question. Do you have biro and pen? President said I should tell you. Your question is conflict resolution strategies at the workplace. Conflict resolution strategy. So now, pass the paper between yourself. Somebody should write their name and their WhatsApp. The WhatsApp should be established now. Somebody should do it now. So you get the paper and pass it around. Group 8, your question is conflict resolution strategy. Because we have seen conflict, right? Just now. Have you not seen conflict? Have you not seen conflict? Our president have actually bring a resolution. So you should go and list conflict resolution strategy. So appoint your chairman, let me know. We must get the slide on national conference platform within 2 days. Is that okay? Please get your name and be in a WhatsApp. So thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a good one, and our communique is being working on now. We are going to read it out to you by the end of this program. I will tell you where we are and what we need to do. So now, I like us to do it this way. I want to appeal to us that we must do this in an HR manner. You know, we are very organized. So now we are going out through this way, and we that are going out this way are conference attendees. If you are an inductee, please don't go out. We have something that I want to display for you now that you must know. So please, for those of us in this role here, as a conference person, conference attendees, please go out like this. Then they will give you something. Then you take it to the pavilion. Is that okay? So after we have exhausted this, we will now come to this, and we'll now come to this. Please. Hello, sorry. You must be in group 4. You must be in group 4. I know what I'm saying. So moving ahead now, permit me to invite our guest speaker that will be managing this very group. The person is the FCT chairman of Service of Human Resource Management. He is going to be taking us on a particular topic that is going to discuss. And the topic talks about bullying at what? At workplace. Please, you will go. He will continue with the induct. If you are inductee, please be on your seat. And those that are standing, there's abundant space up. Oh, space up can still take more than 100. So please, you don't even have reason. If you bring guests, they can go up and sit down. This is an auditorium, not ordinary hall. It's an auditorium that you have up and you have down. Right. So please permit me to invite at this point in time my own person, Dr. as of today, Dr. Tunde Sadibo.
Thank you very much. Please, conference members, please kindly let us make this hall very, very please kindly go out quietly. Thank you. Technical, please. Can I have my presentation? Dr. Elias, I hope they have the presentation up. Okay. Once again, I've been taught not to stand on the existing protocol so that I will not break the table of the protocol. So I have to align with the existing protocol. But be as it may, I need to still recognize my leader, the national president and chairman of council of the Chartered Institute of Human Resource, Dr. Feme, Associate Professor Femi Moyele. Sir, thank you very much for the honor. I bless the day I met you. And I must be very sincere. You have made me a better person knowing you. I'm indeed very grateful. And I want to also thank for the first time seeing my mommy after many years online. You know, seeing her for the first time after over can be very scary at times. I would like to recognize somebody I call my own. I call him my father. I call him my mentor. He's a retired director. I call him the moving library of public service in person of Mr. Adamson Akitunde Kayode. Daddy, thank you very much. And it's an honor to see you and to add impetus to this institute. And also, let me recognize somebody that is very special to me, somebody that knew me from cradle. He knew me very small when I was a small boy. And you know, it's a thing of joy to see somebody that knows you from small boy and seeing you grow. Mr. Tola Defioye, I recognize you. Thank you very much. And thank you for being part of this family. I would also like to recognize my friend and my colleague in the office of the Ministry of Police Affairs, Archie Bongoko Netim, I think is around here. Thank you for coming. So today we'll be looking at, for all of us, we'll be looking at what we call addressing workplace bullying and violence prevention. So I just want to be very much on time today. Let's leave the objective. Please, let's go to the definition. Slide 3, please. Slide 3. Thank you. What is workplace bullying? When I ask bullying, you know, it's a repeated health-harming mistreatment of one or more persons by one or more perpetrators, which include verbal abuse, offensive conduct or behaviors, and people will raise up their hands. And I also know that a good percentage also are also perpetrators So instead, we have the organized private sector. Not all private sector are private sector. We have the organized. They are the organized. They are some one-man business. One-man business. They don't care. Their own is they can do whatever they like. So whenever there are a lot of, when there's lack of clear policies or enforcement, you have given room for workplace bullying and violence. Organizational stress and high workloads. I call this one key man risk. Key man risk. In one of my former ministries where I worked before, I know a particular department, a particular lady, I used to pray for her that may God not allow her to die. Because if she died, that is the end of that department. Because the genesis and the revelation of that department is with that woman. She is the only one that has the instrument memory. No passing down, no mentoring, nobody. She did not even link with others. These are part of the things. And that's why they will tell you, oh, is she the only one? Or is he the only one? Everybody that knows me very well knows that I pass knowledge, no matter how. I remember one time I was given an assignment, a project that I should do, and I said, okay, let my assistant do this. Okay, you put up the memo. I will behead it and send it to my boss. Before I know, my boss called me and told me that, why am I doing that? Do you want the guy to take your job? And I told my boss, I said, he can take the job, but he cannot take my gift. Because I have my gift. Everybody has a gift that God has deposited in him or her. And once I had passion to it, I move. And thank God that I did. Because when posting came that I should move to another office, it would have been a total risk. But everything was what? Was in order. So the fourth one is cultural normalization of aggression or hierarchical abuse. Cultural, oh, is a Muslim, I'm a Christian. Oh, his Hausa is Fulani, is Efik, is Ibibio, is Igbo, is Igala, is Idoma, is Igede, is Ijo, Robo. Or hierarchical abuse. You know, while I was studying for Lead P humbled me. When I went for the private sector internship, I had to behave myself. You know, when you see people that are less your age, managing capital portfolio of close to almost 7 trillion. And somebody that is a director or deputy director will tell me, do you know who I am? And you cannot control up to 10 million in a vote. These are people that you see, but you will never know that something is coming through them. So that was when I knew that success speaks volume. So I learned that. I learned to be very humble, and I learned to build on myself. Like what I used to tell people is a slogan I started using while I was in the university. Sentiment pick friends, but reality chooses the best. I don't care where you come from. Somebody told me today, he said I'm like resource control, I'm like Niger Delta. I say, yes, I'm a Yoruba man, but so that when you are abusing me in Yoruba, I will know. I'm everywhere. I want to identify. Tomorrow I can dress like an Hausa man. Next tomorrow, I can dress like an Ibibio man. You have to be inclusive. You have to carry, because there is no tribe, there is no corner of this country that does not have an asset. You must learn to identify them. Next slide, please. So what are the manifestations of this? Intimidation and threats. You see people being intimidated. I have seen both men and women being intimidated. Some women maybe on the side of, when we are talking about sexual harassment, it's not only women, no. Men also are victims of sexual harassment. So when we are talking about sexual harassment, don't put it on women alone. Yours sincerely here, at least I've been a victim not more than 2 or 3 times. But I know how I had to swim away from it. That if you don't go along the line, it becomes intimidation or it becomes threat. So as a public officer, what do? I armed myself with my extant guidelines. What is the rule saying? Most of us don't know the rules. That's why you can fall into all these manifestations. Verbal abuse or humiliation. You'll see a boss that should encourage you, that will tell you you ought not to be in service. You should be selling in massacre market. That is the height of it. When you are abusive to your subordinates, I can tolerate anything, but the day you intimidate or you abuse somebody verbally, you will have me to contend with. I don't hide it, irrespective of your status. I don't hide it. Because there are rules. Also, exclusion from work-related activities. I must confess, our women, they suffer this a lot. Our women folks. Maybe when your boss say, "Oh, let's go out," and you said no. Everything that is your entitlement, you just see that your name is just missing. You'll be wondering what is happening. Is it from the village? No, it's not from the village. It is because you took a decision not to defy yourself. So these are the manifestations that you see. And finally, on this manifestation is unjustified criticism or sabotage. In the workplace, somebody is just there to say, I don't want this person to grow. That's somebody's, like I will tell them in the office, I will tell them, you are gossiping. Is it that you are idle? Is it that you don't have work? Is it that you don't have tasks? So that's why you have time to start gossiping about somebody. Some are just there to just say, oh, I don't want to see this face. This person's presence is a threat to me. Those are the manifestations of workplace bullying. Next slide, please. Technical. So what are the impacts? For those that does not have the strong will, and for those that does not have the strength, we face what we call psychological trauma and stress. If I should do a verification, if I'm permitted to do a verification of workforce in Nigeria on their health status, and I see IBP, if I should invest for that, 80% boils down to workplace bullying and violence. It's not village issue, it's nothing. Because most of the times, we spend most of our valuable times in the office. We just spend little times at home with our families and our friends, but majority of our time is at the workplace. And that should be a place that you should have a mind of rest. And what is the impact? It decreased employees' morale and productivity. When you see a place that is not productive, check the leadership of that department, that division, that organization. Increased absenteeism and turnover. When a woman or when a leader or a director or a head becomes toxic, people will just be avoiding, they will not be coming to work. Some will even come to work, but they will go and hang somewhere. I've seen a lot of experiences like that, that people will avoid the office once the boss is around. If your staff are avoiding you, please go and check yourself. And I'm still saying it in my Hymns of Affair in this chapter. Though we have code of conduct for those of you that will be inducted. If a report comes that a leader or a HR professional is a bully, we will take it up. We will take it up because we are meant to safeguard the asset of the nation, which are the people. So what are the impact? Legal liability and reputational damage. Like I was saying here yesterday, because we did not manage some things very well. Some disciplinary measures were done out of malice, out of hatred, that resulted into court action. And those people that went to court won the federal government, won them overwhelmingly. To the extent they were paying judgment debts without money. Until the circular was raised to avoid unnecessary litigation. But some people had to go for it anyway, for not doing their job. So it brings legal liability and reputational damage. That would be the impact. Next slide, please. So what are the prevention strategies? Implement clear anti-bullying and anti-violence policies. Well, when you're talking of anti-bullying now, I think the first person that has issued a policy like this is the Federal Ministry of Education, where that one is within the students. Anyway, because bullying in our schools now is not a capital offense. Once you bully any junior officer, any junior student, you are going home. There's no committee to sit. Once you are caught. So I think the authority also needs to have a very clear anti-bullying and anti-violence policy that will safeguard the workforce, both private and public. Sensitization and training for all staff, like what we are having today. We've been having, Dr. Eme spoke extensively today, and bullying was part of it. And he mentioned so many things, talking about bullying and violence prevention. Yesterday, Oga CIHRM placed so many things. And you know, when you are generating data, those are the things you understand. You see all these things clearly stated in all our data. So establish grievance and support mechanism and foster a culture of respect and accountability. Also, what are the response mechanisms? Next slide, please. So we have the report channel. The report channel is the HR, that's the human resource. In some places, we have what we call the ethics committee. If you go to the National Assembly, the National Assembly has the ethics committee and public petition, or whistleblower platform. There was a whistleblower platform that was initiated by the Office of the Head of Service some years back, anonymous reporting platform. But the reason why people are not using it is because you have to submit your IPPIS number. So they say, so you are submitting IPPIS number, so it's no longer anonymous. But we are still looking, they are still looking at it to see how, because they don't want a situation whereby it will be abused. Because yes, just because you hated somebody or because you don't like this person's face, you can cook up a story that is not believable. Fear investigation and disciplinary action in line with the public service rule. Like chapter 10, if you go to chapter 10, you will see that it's clearly stated. Support services, counseling, conflict mediation, which is very critical. In Federal Ministry of Education, I think we have what we call counseling clinic. You can visit that place for counseling. But in some ministries, I have not seen, we need to imbibe this and put this up. A conflict mediation division whereby they will see to crisis and make the workplace very conducive. Next slide, please. So what is the role of leadership? Model ethical behavior and zero tolerance. Enforce rule transparently. Then protect whistleblowers and victims. Then promote a value-driven work culture. So, next slide to conclude. Workplace safety is a shared responsibility. It's not a responsibility for the leaders alone. It's a responsibility for, even there are some organizations that have caucuses. Some belong to this caucus. This one belongs to this caucus. I've seen that very well. But I used to call myself one-man army. I belong to myself. I can work with anybody. But making a workplace safer, it is a responsibility of every one of us. So addressing bullying and violence enhances effective service delivery. Their commitment to fairness, respect, and human dignity strengthens public opinion. So I believe with this viewpoint of mine, I've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that if we share respect for one another, we will make our workplace a better place. Once again, for every inductees that will be inducted today, I congratulate you and I welcome you on board. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for our guest speaker. He's good at what he does every time. Thank you so much for that delivery. We know much more about bullying. You know, this conference is very beautiful because you have combination of a well and sound resource person. I assure you, you will not appreciate what you have gotten today, but subsequently, when you need to solve some challenges, you also refer to those paper and documents. You see reason to appreciate. So now we are proceeding to another item of the program, which is having inducting a particular group of the categories. So I would like us to have like 5 minutes recess. This is just 1:16. So by 1:25, we'll start the induction proper. So we have like give or take 9 minutes recess. Thank you so much. While we invite others to also join us. Thank you so much. So please, you can just delight us a bit with little melody that people actually will love. Thank you. Is it time or remain 2 minutes? Remain, no, 1 minute. Is it 1 minute? You can see I keep the time, right? Because I'm afraid of these HR people. If I didn't keep to say, you didn't keep to time, oh, you are doing like my staff that used to come office late. Is that not what you would say? All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to welcome one of our inductees, a category of our inductee to be here. At this point in time, please can the doctoral fellow form a straight line there? Can the doctoral fellow form a straight line from the door backward? Please. Please, when you are coming, come with your oath paper. It must be with you. If it's not with you, you will have to go back to your seats. You know, the president is on seat. You must carry that oath paper. That shows that you are in compliance, according to the Group 5 presentation that talks about legal compliance. You must comply legally. Are we ready? It doesn't appear we are ready. Oh. If you are a fellow member, please go outside and get your gown. If you are a fellow member, go out and get your gown. All right. At this juncture, I'd like to, under the leadership of Mr. President, I want to invite the doctoral fellow to start coming into this side of the hall for their induction. You may proceed. All right. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for this category to get inducted to the fold of Trials of Human Resource Management. Permit me at this juncture, I don't have the capacity to induct these people. Abi, do I? I do not. I'm not a legal practitioner and I'm not the president, so I cannot do it. Permit me at this juncture to invite the president to address these inductees now, then we'll have the legal perspective immediately. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Elias. You didn't want me to stress myself. May I congratulate you all on this memorable occasion. I won't say you are lucky, you deserve it. I know you have passed through a lot of rigors to get to this stage. When you say doctoral degree, it's slightly different from the doctoral fellowship that we're about to award today. I do not want you to have a misconception. A doctoral fellowship is the highest award that can be conferred on its member by any recognized professional body. There is no law that says you cannot confer such award on members that qualified. When you say doctoral degree is slightly different, it is awarded by a recognized and approved university. However, a doctoral award is the same in terms of the expectation of the society. You're expected to display the highest level of integrity. You're expected to display the highest level of discipline. You're expected to display the highest level of innovation and creativity as far as HR is concerned. You are the ambassadors for this set. You are the light of our institute. A lot is expected from you. People will come to you to ask for clarification on certain issues. People will expect anything that comes from you to be cited as authority. Whatever you say, whatever you write, let it reflect that highest level of expectation by the society. I tell people that there are three actors that determine the quality of knowledge and skill that you possess. If you're a graduate of Harvard University, the #1 university in the world, as rated, but what comes out of you is not too different from what comes out of someone who is from Ujuoyi Grammar School. It doesn't make any difference. The three factors or actors that determines the level or the perception of the society as far as the award of any degree or any fellowship are: one, the institution, that is the platform itself. Which body is issuing the award? That's #1. If the name is Ujuoyi Grammar School, it doesn't matter. As far as the perception of the public is concerned, they may not know Ujuoyi Grammar School. Who are the people that trained you? Who are the faces of the institute or the platform? Are they qualified to lead? Are they people you can present? And you even showcase their CV? I'm bold to say that I'm standing before you as the president and chairman of the council of this great institute, not because of my academic prowess alone, but I stand on 2 legs. I consult, I represent, I'm involved in all kinds of accreditation processes, certification. I'm also a practitioner. I also maintain advisory role. At my level, I acquire skill, I acquire education, knowledge, and also update myself to be in tune with reality. And you have to do the same. Again, you yourself. I've mentioned the platform, I've mentioned those who train you, I also mentioned you yourself. Out of 3 straight factors, the most important and the most critical is you yourself. Please, ladies and gentlemen, the highest level of expectation by the society, by the institute, I do not want you to run foul of anyone. And I'm sure with the faces I'm seeing, these are very serious people, very, very committed people. And the rigors you have passed through to get to this stage, I know has really prepared you for the future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Institute, the future institute of the world. And I want to assure you that this is just the beginning. Information will be disseminated, and anywhere you present yourself, please do so with pride. I do not say with arrogance, with pride. And it has to be with pride of knowledge, skill, and display of professionalism. I congratulate you once again. Before the legal advisor, is she around? Is she around? Okay. She will perform.
Thank you so much. As I have the singular honor under the presidential declaration to invite Barrister Lillian to this side of the hall to do the ritual. The ritual. All right, thank you so much. When we say ritual, we are not saying kanayo. Yeah, I mean HRM ritual. And it must be, as it has been done for the people earlier. Thank you so much, Barrister.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, I want to stand on the 16 protocols. I think it's time of that is the time again that we'll go into the business of the day. I want to go into a little advice. We have all heard so much, and to God be the glory, I've benefited also. I learned so much today about HR and others. So that having been said, we want to go into the legal aspect of this. And this is the most important of all what you have come for, because this is the induction proper. The way it's being done is that you have to abide by the code of the institute. By any mistake or error, please always remember at the back of your mind that you have an ethics to carry along all the way. Anywhere you are, you also advise others. Because when you are found wanting in any of the ethics that you're about to read by yourself and get acquainted to, the institute will not hesitate in any form to do the needful. Moreover, where the institute will stop, I think the legal profession or the courts will also take it up from there. And having said this so far, I know you have come a long way. You may not want to be dragged. Rather, you want to comply at all costs to obey the rules and regulations of the institute. Like the president has rightly mentioned, is a platform. Please comply. Be yourself as you have always been. We already know what the rules are and what is good. Always act according to your conscience, and the rest, they say, will be story. So without wasting much of our time, we are
sit without them having it. I
was
want to get from them.
I was almost going to ask if all of you have this, because you can't be inducted if you don't know what you are getting into. Read it, digest it. I'm also aware that you would have invited family members and friends. Please, as you are taking the oaths, let's all be in one page. As you are reading, listen to your neighbors, your colleagues, so that we read meanings into the oaths. If you overrush it, yeah, it will not be meaningless. But if you read meanings into it, you will enjoy it, and it will help us all.
Barrister, I think you can proceed, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe we all have the oaths now, so let's go into the induction. Meanwhile, the way we will do it is that you say it yourself. Ordinarily, I would have just read it down and tell you have been inducted. But you may not have heard the wordings, you may not even know what I've read even when you have it, but I believe in practicals. So by the time you read it yourself, assimilate it, then you know what the oaths you are taking, and will eventually find it very easier to comply at all costs. So what I do is that I will read. Then when I get to the paragraph before the pledge, where it says, therefore, as a member, you mention your names, then when you say, I said, therefore, as a member, you now say, you mention your full names, you now continue with the pledge. 1 to the last paragraph. Code of conduct, code of ethics and professional conduct. This code of ethics and professional conduct describes the expectation that you all have of yourselves and of your fellow practitioners all over the world. It also articulates the ideas to which you aspire, as well as the behavior that are mandatory behaviors in your professionals and voluntary roles. Therefore, as a member, continue with number. No.
Professionally, with truth, accuracy, fairness, and responsible to the public. To pay my annual membership subscription fee within the first quarter yearly. To foster the highest standards of professional competence among those whom I am responsible. To enhance the proficiency and stature of the profession by acquiring and applying knowledge in the most appropriate way and manner. To participate in all professional development programs so that one's knowledge and performance are enhanced. To disassociate myself from anything that can tarnish the good image of the Institute or bring into disrepute. To honor confidence received or given in the course of professional activities. To comply with both the letter and the intent of the laws of the country in which I practice and agreed contractual obligations. To cooperate with all the organizations and individuals engaged in activities which promote the development and standings in the Institute. To have a positive duty at all times to respect the truth and shall not disseminate false or misleading information. To abide by and to encourage others to practice the professional code of ethics of the Institute. That I make this pledge in good faith and in accordance with the policy of the Institute. I understand that the Institute reserves the right to suspend me or dismiss me summarily from the membership of the Institute should I violate any of the above promises which are voluntarily made by me. So help me God.
Congratulations to you all. You have been inducted.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you once again. Now you are a member of the Institute of Human Resource Management. Thank you and congratulations. You may now proceed to your seat. Please, congratulations. Don't worry, when you are returning your gown, you return it alongside. They will give you something. All right.
I don't get a lot, don't you? And I don't pay my rent. If you want from my hand, what you? If you want to my joy, what you? I don't change my name to nobody. No more. I don't have on nobody. It's in my mouth that you will say nobody. And then you say I have no more nobody. My brother, they have tried to love my God, so beauty. Oh my God, so beauty. My love, so beautiful. I see no problem of my body. And then we go out of our body.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For the fellow member, please, you can kindly move behind a bit small. Please, we are sorry. Please, let's just shift back. We're supposed to be by that door. So it's time for doctoral fellow now. Sorry, it's time for fellow. That we are now by the so at this point in time, immediately after they speak, we are going to retain some people for panelists, and panel session will start after them. But as of now, we have to invite the fellow of the institute to this platform, so you can now proceed. I want you to begin again. All right, please.
To be the best, number one, and nothing less. Lead to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. Stand up for the champion, for the champion. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up.
Thank you so much. Those two behind, are you comfortable there? There's space down. You want your face to show very well. But if you prefer where you are, it's fine. So congratulations to you. I'll give this to the president to actually discuss with you as well. You know, that was doctoral fellow. President know how to handle it too, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations. It is my pleasure to welcome you on board, but I have just 2 words with you. I don't want you to see your being part of the institute as an accident. You are qualified to be here. You have worked for it, and I also know that you have passed through some rigors. However, the society expects much from you as an ambassador of the institute at fellowship level. When you are referred to as the fellow, that is the second highest level of the institute. And a lot is expected by the society. I want you to go out there and be good ambassadors. Let people know you are in the right place. And the only way by which you can achieve this is to be professional. Always display that level of professionalism in everything you do. You are expected to be impartial. You're expected to be disciplined. You're expected to be a very good compliant officer. You're also expected to be innovative driven in everything that you do. We are in the 5th industrial revolution now. What are the expectations? The expectations are that AI is out there threatening people's job, but they cannot threaten your job. Rather, you are to upgrade, because you still need human being, you need an interface. Technology cannot achieve everything. Most of what you see today is just a microscopic percentage of human brain. And if you don't use your brain, what happens to it? It becomes useless. Check if it is your hand. You don't use it for too long. The day you want to use it, it will not work properly. And the brain is so funny. I know we have medical doctors in the house here. It's one of the very few organs in the body that if a cell is damaged there, it does not regenerate. I want you to make good use of your brain. Engagement, training, acquisition of knowledge. You also have to update yourself so that you'll be relevant and you'll be on top of the game in the 5th Industrial Revolution. It has not started. This is just the beginning. AI is just at the first level. By the time I get to the 5th level, you will see me on the road, you think this is Omoyele speaking. And it might not be Omoyele, the real Omoyele. It could be a robot. We should be thinking of the ethical use. We should be thinking of how you can manage. Is it possible for AI, for robots, duplicated in human form, to go and work in your stead, in your office? These are issues you'll be thinking. You should be far ahead of the conventional or the ordinary person on the street. Once again, I congratulate you. God will help all of us. And I wish you the best as you start the journey today. Anytime you have issues, anytime you have anything that is of, don't hesitate to contact the state chapter. If you're in Abuja, contact the FCT chapter. If he cannot handle it, he will get in touch with the federal or with the national secretariat. Then the problem will be resolved. You have us with you all the time. You are free to call me anytime, but don't ask for money when you call me. Once again, I congratulate you. You are welcome on board.
A round of applause for them now. It is their day and time now. Right, permit me to call Barrister Lillian to also come and do the needful to these beautiful and handsome faces. It's like women are much in HRO, mommy. It's like women are much in HRO. Look the statistics up, just look up. Am I correct, Ajia? I'm correct, ba? So everywhere in our own plenty pass. It is well, oh. All right, Barrister.
Okay. I would just give a little advice also as usual. This is the proper thing for today, the induction, and we are about to go into it now. But before then, always abide by this code of ethics, because any mistake to do otherwise from what is here and what is expected from you, you will be facing the institute's disciplinary committee or whatever they decide to do. As you go through it, or if you have gone through it, you see they even have the right to withdraw the certificates or that you have been issued to. And wherever you prove more stubborn, then people know where they will be on their way to, and we would have been seated there waiting comfortably to receive you and do the needful. So this having been done, we'll go into the induction proper. This is the way we'll go about it. I will read from the first paragraph to the third, where it said, therefore, as a member, you mention your full names, then you start with the pledge, 1 to the last paragraph, continuously, no break. Meanwhile, please, as you are taking the oath, you listen to your colleagues or your neighbors so that you won't be in last paragraph, and someone is in, even your guests too should also hear what you are doing and be able to comprehend. And having said this, Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. This Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct describes the expectations that you have of yourselves and of your fellow practitioners all over the world. It articulates the ideals to which you aspire, as well as your behavior that are mandatory behaviors in your professional and voluntary roles. Therefore, as a member, fairness and responsible to public, to pay my annual membership subscription fee within the first quarter yearly, to foster the highest standard of professional competence among those whom I am responsible, to enhance the proficiency and status of the profession by acquiring and applying knowledge in the most appropriate way or manner, to participate in all professional development programs so that one's knowledge and performance are enhanced, to disassociate myself from anything that can tarnish the good image of the Institute or bring any disrepute, to honor confidence received or given in the course of professional activities, to comply with both the letter and the intent of the laws of the country in which I practice and agreed contractual obligations, to cooperate with all organizations and individuals engaged in activities which promote the development and standings in the Institute, to have a positive duty at all times to respect the truth and shall not disseminate false or misleading information, to abide by and to encourage others to practice the professional code of ethics of the Institute, that I make this pledge in good faith and in accordance with the policy of the Institute. I understand that the Institute reserves the right to suspend me or dismiss me summarily from membership of the Institute should I violate any of the above promises, which are voluntarily made by the, so help me God. Congratulations to you all. You have all been inducted.
Congratulations once again for being inducted at this level. I'm sure you have listened to President very well and the legal perspective of it. I want to say congratulations to you once again. And I'm sure you do us proud going forward. Congratulations. If I'm here, I will dance.
I don't get a lot.
God do it. All right.
If you want from my hand, we're going to win. If you want to see my joy, we're going to win.
All right. Thank you so much. Maybe the music is not loud enough. That's why they are not dancing. All right. Thank you.
I don't see many you.
Thank you so much. We are moving now to another phase of the conference and induction. The last induction will be for full member and associate member. But obviously, there's going to be a gap. We need some intellectual discussion to dissect and review issues that have been discussed. You know, workplace bullying. Have you suffered bullying before? My first bully was from a lady. The lady said you don't know how to address a lady. And I feel bullied. It's not a bully. You people, eh? That's not bully. Is that correction? Ah, if I go far, you know it's bully. So you don't know how to address a lady. I say, now wow. Queen over, so maybe you have get the lecture from Mr. Sadibo very well, so that I will know how to address a lady very well. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, join me to have a resounding clap for our first guest speaker, in person of Dr. Emmanuel Eme. Thank you so much. We want to dissect all what you have said. Please sit there. Yes. Thank you so much. In that level as well. Also, permit me to invite Aisha Barkindo Bakari to this side of the hall. Round of applause for her. Also, Dr. Tunde Sadibo. All right, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So I want us to join very well to dissect the issue very well. But to balance it, we have to change our sitting pattern. No? Okay, yes, because I'm bringing a lady now. So I don't want a lady to be here. Before lady will now say, this boy, after all, they say you don't know how to address the lady before. So now it is actually showing. So I want to be careful. Permit me to invite Anita Umukoro to this side of the hall as well. Thank you, Anita. Thank you so much. We want to balance the discussion and balance it very well. So after the discussion, they give us like 2 rounds of discussion. We now go back to the audience for questions. Then we now come back. We now have another beautiful set to actually dissect. Then we now move to get a particular research. Then we now come back. Then the president will now tell us what to do. We don't know whether it's a good time for the next induction. Then we'll move ahead. So to anchor this program, I will be joined by my beautiful and handsome brother, who is the on-air personality who work for different stations. If you do watch AIT, Arise TV, NTA, you know that these faces you are seeing, you've been seeing them, but you don't know they are there. But from tomorrow on, you identify them. I'll be joined by my handsome brother, Mr. Adefolarin Olamilekan, to do the needful, because I cannot probe these people. Some of them are my people. So but I need somebody who can handle them to bring the best out of them and nothing less. Thank you. You may now proceed to ask the questions.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for giving me the opportunity to be on the podium with these great gentlemen and ladies, and particularly all our excellent HR professionals. I'm not just a media personality. I'm also an HR personified professional, I would say. Now, to get the ball rolling on our discussion, although I have a background in economics, political economy per se, and also have to dive into HR, as one of our guest speakers said, one of the participants said something yesterday, they said, get skills. And some of us who are in the media, we are not just in the media because of the money, but because we are in the media, particularly for different skills we can acquire and also implement in the media space. But here we are to dissect some of the issues around HR, digital innovation, automation. I was going through the president's speech as we were preparing for the communique, and I saw something that he wrote. He said, we must be able to balance the value between humans and technology. And this speaks volume to the topic of our discussion, but later on, you still get more from the president. But let's begin to take cue from our panelists here. Let me start with Dr. Tunde. You know, you spoke very eloquent yesterday, and you also rounded it up today by also saying some laudable things that will help HR professionals, even organizations to grow. And for many of our participants here today, both inductee and conference participants, they are looking onto solution-driven answers to some of the peculiar problems they found in the workplace. But from what you have said so far are quite interesting. So I'm going to leave the floor open right now. Who have a question for Dr. Tunde Sadibu? If you don't have a question for him, just raise up your hand. Nobody has a question for him? Okay, let me go to Doctor. Now, in your welcome address yesterday, you said something about how we can enhance and strengthen HR professionals in Nigeria in a dynamic and changing world. Sir, can you still give a little bit of explanation to that particular dynamic and changing world that HR professional must be able to adapt to the present reality?
Thank you very much for that question. I think yesterday, is it Oga HR? You were saying something about the auntie of hers, who was a very good secretary and a very good, that was very good, a typist, let me put it that way. But because of the evolution to computer, she left the work. Now, one thing as HR professional is that we must move with the cloud. Anytime, like I think Oga HR was saying that his trouser can never come down. Because of what? Because he is identifying with the Gen Zs. You must identify. You must know what is happening. You must be in tune with the current realities. The world is changing every day. The president is talking about the fifth revolution, but there's something he has not said. He has said it before. What we've called the green HR, the green human resource, is one of the fifth revolution that is coming that will take the HR profession as a storm. So one thing is we need to upskill ourselves. We need to upgrade. You don't need to, how will I say, you don't need to be violent. You don't need to be aggressive to the younger generation. You know, most of the things they know, be calm, be humble to learn from them, because these are the things you will really need to upskill, so to upgrade yourself. So in the world that we are today, things are changing. And as things are changing, we need to move with the cloud. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. You can hand over the mic to Aisha. Now, Aisha, when I saw you doing your presentation earlier today, and I'm in the media, I do TV program, and I know when somebody is speaking from facts and currency of what he or she is talking about. And one of the things that you raised in answering the question that was put to you and your group was about how to ensure, HR also play a role in decision-making, corporate decision-making. I want you to elaborate on that, because I know the time frame that the doctor gave you guys earlier was not enough, but just express one or 2 points that you raised in that particular presentation so that our participants can still understand the role of HR in decision-making of corporate organization.
Thank you very much. Most of the time, we find ourselves in that situation whereby instruction just comes from top to bottom, and you just don't know how decisions are made. As the HR, you are like the fuel, you are the engine of any organization. So you find out that decisions are made. You have details that probably the top management, they don't know about it. And you're making decisions that will affect all the staffs that are in that organization. Imagine now if, like the example that I gave earlier, you have a project and you have assigned that project to a particular person. From the HR point of view, performance evaluation, all those data that are there, he will not perform well. But it doesn't mean that there's no room for learning, because as HR, we also have to balance that human factor, that emotional factor, that mental well-being. All those ones, we need to also include that. So with that, we can actually say, no, this person might not do it well, but if we pair them with so and so people that have performed excellently in previous projects, previous tasks, we believe we will get the job done. Because at the end of the day, it's not about who did it or what did it. As the organization, we came together to do it. So decision-making shouldn't be about just recruitment, onboarding, exit, queries. In my organization, I am proud to say that for every meeting that happens in the office, they involve the HR, be it with clients, be it with potential clients, because when you're there, you can make decisions as well. If you are trying to recruit somebody for a particular project and you notice that the person's previous profile, he jumps every three months, every six months, you can't carry a multi-million project and just give it to him. So those decisions are very key. It's not that you're just sitting in the office and you come back and you just hear information flooding. And damage control is something that we don't even know how to handle. And I previously attended a forum at the Ministry of Finance, MOFI Incorporated, and they spoke about risk management. You see that risk management, it's very, very important. It allows you to get information before something good or bad happens. Risk is not bad. It's good when you handle it well. So imagine being in that table. Involve the HR in risk assessment, risk management team. Every organization should encourage themselves that they should have at least a risk management unit that can facilitate that checkmate and ensure that all those things are in place. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ajia. Now, give it to Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel, your presentation was also spectacular, I would say, and you also draw a lot of attraction. And I believe most of our participants who listen to Dr. Emmanuel in the morning must have retained some of the things he said. But many of us are here and nursing some questions on employees' mobility. When I came to Doctor earlier today, when we were preparing for communique, I asked him a question. I said, you did mention about issue around isolated managers, isolated issues in organization. What does that really mean when we have isolated issues, isolated managers working in a pathway with what employees really want and what organization really want? And he said something, he said, there's what we call long-term growth, target of organization in that regard. But Doc, can you help us understand employees' mobility in relation to long-term target of organization?
All right, thank you. I'm going to face the audience, even though you're the one asking me the question. What I'm going to do, I'm going to share my life because everything I said was the truth, nothing but the truth. And I've lived through every one of them. When I resume, like I said, I've moved 13 times in 20 years. When I resume leading a segment or a sector, the first thing I do is to study my people. So once upon a time, I was leading the Islands branch, which was doing very well. It became the fastest growing in every area. Our international funders have funded a project, like you have USAID and everything. They have funded a project, and in 2 years, that project has practically failed. And they said they were going to pull money out if we don't get. And the problem was that there was nobody to train. There was no trained person. And so I was asked to come and lead that project. Some of my mates thought I was demoted because how could you be leading and growing and now you are starting from like a start-up? When I entered there, they said, no, fire the staff and rehire. Fire the staff. So I could do that. Fire the staff and rehire. But I had the long-term, projects. After spending time with the staff, and I found out that the problem was lack of training. You can't bring something when you didn't put anything in. And guess what? This is what I did. I literally told them that in the Bible, Jesus said, don't cut that tree, fertilize it, dig around it. I said, give me 1 year. If after 1 year doesn't produce, then I'll fire the staff. And that's what I did. I was thinking long term. When I began to interview the staff, their educational qualification did not match the job. My upper form those days, the goal was to put them in University of Lagos, part-time, project, sandwich. That's what I wrote there. Then who does that? I mean, we asked you to go and change a situation, you put them in school. I did that. Within 5 years, we became the fastest growing. These people right now are serving all over the place. So it is long-term thinking. I'm managing where the company is going, but I need people. It is human resources. Human beings are going to do it. And I saw that they had the hearts. They had nature, but they need to be nurtured. So I had to, now it was a lot of work for me. I had to begin training them from scratch. Then I gave them time off work between us and me, them and me. Give them time to go to school. Then come back and do the whatever there. And right now, they're all graduates, they're all over the world and every single thing. So I think it takes compassion to do that. I'm thinking long term. I'm also thinking I need people to get me and get us to where we need to do. It's about people. The day you lose the consciousness about people, then it's nothing again. So that's what I do. I'm a strategist. So I'm a coach. I'm a coach. So I get people from where they are to where they need to be. I can draw the life map, draw every single thing, but I know to get there. I know what to do. To get to 10, you need a 9. To get to 9, you need an 8. Then I walk it backwards and say, if I follow these steps, I always meet my target. I've never missed a target, never. Because there is actually, it's principle, it's mathematics. If you know the principle, you get the answer all the time. But you must be willing to put in the work. So that is what I have seen. That is what I do. I keep doing it, and the results keep showing. Thank you. I guess
that's very interesting. But let's have Anita Mukoro on with Mike. Now, for you, my question is this. I don't know whether anybody has any questions for them, but we'll get to that level. But for Anita, one of the topic questions that we treated today was how to build positive relationship between employees and employers. But there is a caveat to that particular question, which I was expecting the particular group to treat. We're talking about issue of inclusivity, issue of gender, issue of religion, ethnicity, and the rest of them. But from your own perspective as an HR person now, what do you think about all this when it comes to handling employees in an organization? Issue of gender, religion, and ethnicity.
Thank you very much. So I'll start with the issue of religion. Where I work currently is owned by a Muslim. Now, ideally, there is supposed to be this religious fraction when you go into a place like that, but it's not like that for him. Instead, he welcomes everyone of any, whatever your religion is, he doesn't care. All he's after is your skills and ability to deliver. So he's not after, oh, you are not a Muslim, you are a Christian, why are you heading this unit? Why are you not heading this unit? So he tried as much as he could to cement that part. So in essence, what am I saying? And let me give an instance. Whenever we are having a meeting, because we have like majorities of the Muslims, and we go in, instead of him to say, oh, one Muslim stand up and pray for us, he uses this word, a generic prayer. Someone should stand up and give us a generic prayer. Now, you know you are not saying in Jesus' name, and you know you are not mentioning any name, but we all know we serve one God, and that prayer goes to him. So whatever you are saying should just be like unified. That's for the religious part. So we try as much as we can to respect each other's religion. I can't come and start telling you why are you wearing hijab to work. It's not, how do I put it? Okay, our dress code does not include hijab. No, I should be able to respect your religion. Once it's time for prayer, I should be able to respect that part because it's something we all know. So I feel when respect comes into it, there is this understanding that follows as well, and we don't find ourselves encroaching. Then for the gender part, I have worked in a place where I was the only female amongst many men. Working there was a tough one for me because you are given a task, you go throughout the night, you think, Google, watch videos, come up with creative ideas. And then the next day when you present it, you hear things like, we'll look into it and get back to you. But the moment a male presents that same idea, you see it fly. At some point, I got fed up and I tendered my resignation and left. So I think for the gender thing, there are two ways to it. There are some organizations where you find out that some men have this issue of having a woman as their superior. And then they also have this issue of why should I address someone I'm older than or I can give birth to asthma. All of those things come into place. But like I always say, life is very simple. The moment you take out those things, everything like goes smoothly. So it's all about understanding yourselves and respecting each other, basically. So that's for the gender part. Ethnicity, okay. That has to do with both tribe, religion, and of course the countries and all. So I feel if we understand each other's culture, is a thing that should even be encouraged at workspace. I am from Benue. I was born and brought up in Adama. I had my secondary school in Ilorin, and I'm married to a Delta man. I speak Hausa, I speak Yoruba, I understand Igbo, but can't speak. For me, it was a thing of fun, finding myself in Ilorin where I had no relatives, no family members, and I found myself adapting at some point. My parents had to throw me out because I was too clingy. But upon getting there, I made lots of friends that are now families and we still keep in touch. So I don't see ethnicity as a problem because if we respect each other's culture and values, we shouldn't have issues. Rather, we get to bond, we get to understand ourselves. There were times in my life where I look forward to Salah, and there were times in my life where whenever I'm traveling or I'm hungry, I look forward to eating abula. On a normal day, you take that to certain places and you begin to hear things like, I beg, come on, this nonsense from my face. What are you eating? So I feel if there is respect for each other's culture, value, whatsoever it is, and not undermining or looking down on the person, we shouldn't have any issue at the workplace. So it's a very simple thing. Spell it out as a human resource manager. When you find yourself in an organization like that, and you notice that there are people from diverse culture, you have to have a policy that guides everyone such that you are not insulting or making mockery of anyone's culture. You are not insulting or making mockery of anyone's religion, whatsoever it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a brilliant submission. I'll come to you, Flo, now. Do you have any questions for them? Anybody with any questions for our panelists? You want to ask the question from what Anita have just... Okay, someone is raising hand.
Good afternoon, all.
Your name and
my name
person you are directing your question to.
My name is Ahmad Hassan. Please, my question goes to Dr. Eme and FCT chairperson. I have two questions. The first one, sir, sorry, in your presentation, sir, section 3, you talk about the brain drain and the brain gain. Sir, part of the speech you made, you did mention that some of the papers presented, I don't know whether there's anything going on this massive brain drain concerning health sector, the doctors, the nurses, and the rest. That is for you, sir. Then for the FCT chairperson, I don't know how many chapters do you have, because I'm from Kano and I've been searching for any nearest center to join or chapter. So I don't know, I need more so that we can, even if you don't have in that state, so let's see how we can start one. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the question was brain drain, how it affects the health sector, right? All right, cool. That's a very good one. Now, there are several reasons that I gave brain drain in our culture, in our country right now, because of the economic situation. Most of what we call brain drain as a result of economic hardship. Majority. I don't know anybody, actually, I know one person, but I don't know many people who wants to leave the country because they just want to try something new. It boils down to economics, Naira and Kobo. It boils down. So that is why when an American comes to Africa, it sees as an adventure. We're like, wow, this adventure, this guy is going out. When a Nigerian seeks to go to places like that, you are seen as an economic migrant. You are going there. So that is what is happening. However, I did say to some of my colleagues that there is no culture that grew today without what we call brain drain. But let us just call it staff migration. Anybody who became great. The president of America to Donald Trump, his parents were immigrants. Obama, immigrants. But even our founding fathers had to go out somewhere. Even our current president had to go train everybody. But the way you treat them, like I tell people, if you treat them when they are going out badly, they will never come back. You don't come back. Again, my life example. I took over a department, like I said, I took over a department on the mainland 4 years ago. And after that, this department was the hardest hit brain drain in Ikeja. Hardest hit in brain drain. Every time somebody's leaving, they all planned it before I came. That was when the UK was allowing people to come with their family. One day, I got to know that somebody was leaving. They will leave, they'll be at the airport, they'll call you at the airport. I'm not coming back. When I heard full story, I asked, can the guy allow us to celebrate him? I remember his name from Akinwa. The guy said, sure. Then I called him up. I called up at the party and we celebrated him. And I literally said, I know you are going empty, but you're going to come back full. But a lot of them sold things, to go. I'm not kidding you. Then I looked at my top, leaders. I said, no, one of them came to me and said, sir, there's something you did right now that hasn't been done. I said, what? He said, you celebrate somebody who is leaving. I said, what should I have done? And I said, is there anybody here who's thinking about leaving? I'm not kidding. Half of the group put up their hand. My top management team put up your hand. And I said, hey, just let me know. I have driven people to the airports. I drove one of them to Cotonou. I drove because I was going to get a cheaper flight flying out from Benin Republic. He saved 700,000 naira. Put him on Airbnb to show me how much I love him. So it's a game when we do it right. Because choose that even if you don't, if you hold them, they're still going to go anyway. They're still going to go. Everybody that have moved, whether in history, in the Bible, everywhere, people just guys moved down to Egypt when situations was bad. People move. And when situations are bad, like the Indians, I was in India 2 months ago. The Indians now can do shakara to America because their people are coming back home to India. The Chinese people are coming back home. Go and get technology, then come back home. But if you see them as an aberration, call them name, Jackpot, whatever. No, let's celebrate them. Listen, I have grown-up children. If they have their way today, they will leave this country. Really. But they're not living because they're not successful here. Because they want to go and learn more and come back home. So I guess that is what we have to swallow. If you hold them, they will leave. If you leave them, they will leave. Why don't you leave them? So that they will live in peace and they will come back in peace again. So that is my philosophy. Exactly. And guess what? It has always worked for me. It is not a loss. It's my gain. During the break, I was sharing one. I even showed them extra SMSs. I told them, hey, I'm coming to the US. I say, I'm buying the tickets. And I showed me the tickets. Say, you want more? This is somebody I used to pay his travel to Kenya, to whatever. sir, we are buying your ticket when you come and visit us. Is that not a game? You know, so I guess I'm not of this world, but that's what I think. Sir,
right, thank you so much for that. I think most of us are having the temptation of jackpine. I would say, from what Doc is saying, I knew how many several temptations that have come. For those of us in the media now, particularly broadcast media, the temptation of jackpine is too much on us. I have a younger brother that's in the US. For the past 7 years, he has been putting pressure. That you are a journalist, it's going to be easy for you. I said, don't worry, I want to come on an easy note. And just like what Doctor is saying, you go get all the knowledge there, come back, contribute to your nation building. And that's the beauty of jackpieism. That's what I understand from. But Dr. Tunde, let's have your view. He's talking about chapters and...
Okay, thank you very much. We have presence in all the states of the Federation and FCT. And I will just employ you, just meet the Sam at the front desk, tell him to add you up to the Kano platform. Actually, we have not set up the chapter yet. We are still growing the members because membership strength in Kano is not that much at the moment. So with you on board, I think you can encourage more membership to Kano. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Well, before I let this panelists leave this podium, I'm so impressed with all they have said. And I asked, okay, someone asked a question. Come forward, sir. You know, I'm the only one right here now. So I'm so impressed with what they are saying so far on terms of tackling some of the issues that we have raised. And particularly, I have a question for Ajia, Bakindo, and Anita before they leave, because there's one of your recommendation that you made that I really want most of our participants to understand that recommendation. But let's have a gentleman question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your question.
My question goes to Anita, particularly on religion with regards to dress code. Now, we have different religion in Nigeria. It's a multi-religious state. And you agree with me that hijab is not the only religious attire that can be worn. Now, there are the people who goes to white garment church. There are the Sabbath people who wear red gown as well. Now, what will be your attitude with your tolerance to religion if someone who attends a white garment comes to work in his white garment, or someone from Sabbath comes in his red garment? Even the traditionalists are religious people. Now, how would you feel? What would be your attitude when you see me come to work with red wrapper and with white shock around my eyes? I can tell you that's my religion. What would be your attitude towards that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I have a senior HR friend who once told me about an organization. I won't mention the name, but the organization comprises of people from diverse countries. And she said, most times you see a superior boss walking in and he might even be coming with, according to her, she said she calls the person either a diviner or juju person. And as the person, maybe on his first day of resumption or certain days of the week, you find the person walking in with such person. And you see everyone running and clearing, giving space and all. And I asked her, so how do you cope and how do you manage that? And she told me something, that when they called them to tackle the issue because it was making other employees feel uncomfortable, the person said, this is his religion and this is what he does. The same way he does not encroach into any other person's space is the same way he doesn't expect them to encroach into his space. Now, what am I saying? Ideally, I know I would react. I won't even pretend here. I know I would react. Because if I find a Muslim wearing hijab, hijab is something we are all conversant with. Muslims don't open their hair. It's something we are very much conversant with, but you hardly see a do. I would have to call you to question you to know the reason behind it. And if it's not something serious or that important, I will appeal with you not to come with such outfits. A person wearing hijabs wears something fancy underneath and it either stops on their chest or at the tummy level and you are seeing something else. That is completely different from wearing an entirely white gown or tying a red rope around you and putting a feather. It's more like you are a scarecrow trying to scare everyone off out of work. So for me, I don't think I would allow that. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission. But let me have Baki to have the mic. In your presentation earlier, you suggested an open communication as part of recommendation to bring about, HR contributing to corporate decision making. Can you expatiate on that? Because many of our participants who listened to you earlier today, many of them may not understand that particular aspect, but you can break it down for us to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Communication is key, and how you communicate within your organization, not just organization, even within your home, is how you communicate, how you pass the information. Most of the times, if we're having conflict, be it within a department or generally, you will find out that it's either information was not passed successfully. Maybe it was announced on a platform, but those that were not on the platform did not hear about it. No, it was a management decision. It was later that we remember that we're supposed to inform, or the head of unit forgot to inform his subordinate. Information is very key, and you wouldn't blame some people and say that they are just nonchalant. No, they were not trained to know how to execute their framework. So if you go to a place of work, most of the time you should find out what is their framework, how is their communication channel, what are the ethics behind communication channel. It's not that MD told you something upstairs, then you see me in the corridor and say, MD said you should do this thing. There are communications, there are ways to these things. And over time, we're also having that gap. I was discussing with somebody outside earlier. She was saying that that era of memo writing is almost becoming non-existent again. And we shouldn't make it to go non-existent. We're supposed to incorporate it. I don't want to call out Gen Zs. We want to be part of Gen Zs. But the truth of the matter is the Gen Zs used to forget processes. The process part, they don't want to hear. They just want that end result. Because if you tell some of them to just write a memo to this departmental head, copy the MD, and honest to God, you will be shocked what you see. Because they are used to technology. Technology is good, but even if you are writing a mail, you should write it properly. Not just, good morning, this is my CV, I am going. There's no cohesion. So, and we have to have that open communication whereby you get feedback. Most organizations, there is one way. Instruction from up, it goes down. So there are some things that I notice in many organizations, especially government organizations, some that are like mine, that is private and public. We have what we call transactional forums, whereby it's not just executive meeting every time. There has to be like a quarterly or yearly transactional forum where every staff in that organization comes into a hall like this. You sit down, your MD is here, your CEO, all your heads of unit are here, and you are free to ask any question. You are free to give any suggestion so that directly the decision makers will know that something is happening in a particular department that probably the head never discussed about with them. So, and as HR, we are encouraging ourselves that we should involve ourselves in all these decision-making meetings, decision-making impact time-sensitive projects, everything that has to do with the organization. We're the fuel. He rightfully said, you're dealing with human beings. You're not dealing with robots. They are not AI. You're not dealing with ChatGPT. You're dealing with human beings. And if everybody can understand that from down up, because most of us, the CEOs are not here, the CEOs are not, and they're not here. The MDs are not here. But when we go back, is how we implement these things. They will notice it. So like rightfully, my beautiful auntie said, she indicated yesterday that it has to start from you. If you know, start learning on your own. There's ChatGPT, there's Google. You have a phone, even TikTok, as funny as it is. It teaches you something, how to communicate. Just sit down if you're bored, learn those communication skills. It will go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that submission. And let's give a round of applause to all our panelists. Although I wanted to ask, they were mentioning from Dr. to Ajia to Dr. to Anita, they are talking about Gen Z. But I'll leave the question for the next set of panelists that are coming up. In my organization right now, we have some issues with some Gen Z in the media industry, particularly when we are talking about gender. There was a particular head of a department that the Gen Z are a little bit reluctant to respect her. But I'll leave the questions for the next set of panelists to come. Okay, you want to say something about gender issue? Let's have Doctor talk about it. He said he has something about gender to tell us.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to speak on when she mentioned about gender issue. I'm sorry to say I need to be very practical here. Well, during one of my internship, we have a ministry called Ministry of Women Affairs. And particularly, I'm of the opinion that the name should be changed to Gender Mainstreaming, not Women Affairs. Now, I'm an apostle of women empowerment. People that know me very well know that I mentor a lot of women because they have what I call the teachable spirit. They are humble to learn if they want to learn. But one thing that is very paramount, they attach emotional blackmail most times. I will give an example. I was formerly in Federal Ministry of Education. And in our finance and administration department, finance and accounts, we used to deploy bursars to all the schools. Now, if you tell a woman to go and become assistant bursar in, let me say, Federal Government College, Vandegia, she will tell you that, sir, my children are still very small. Please have mercy on my marriage. But tell her to go to FGGC Minjibre as bursar. She will be the first person to catch the bus to go there, because that is one of the things that will benefit them. But when it comes to playing a part and, in part of a successful role, they will attach emotional blackmail. And most of the things is, whether you are a man, whether you are a woman, what I know is that, do you have the capacity to deliver? I don't look at whether you are male, you are female, because I know some people are not Bobrisky, while some people are not gay. So far, I can identify you that you have the capacity. I don't care which gender you belong. So I think we need to give that aspect. Women need to give themselves to more challenging roles. I've seen, like I said during one of my presentations, I had phobia working with women. It's not that, I'm sorry to say, I have phobia working with women. But Dr. Folashade Yemi on CFR changed my narrative on women delivering, because working with that woman, when I say somebody is an excellent woman, that woman is excellent. This is a woman that will give you approval, that you will celebrate. Before you can convince her, she's 20 times ahead of you. She knows more than her ancestors. So this is a woman that before you come, before you want to even do a presentation of 5 minutes, you are rehearsing like 3 weeks before then. So these are people that have taught me another version. And ever since then, I have been very interested in ensuring that women should be inclusive in anything, and also women should also be ready to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission. Very interesting package coming from all the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. You know, they have done so well in this regard, you know, answering some of the questions and putting it into perspective. And the perspective is this: from the religion perspective to the gender perspective and to the workplace environment perspective, they have been able to deliver, and you can't take it from them, but we must applaud them once more. Thank you for being part of this panel session at this point in time. All right, let's have a photographer. Are they still around to snap? All right, let's. So sorry, I have to invite the president to be part of this also. And also, come around.
All right, thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our the anchor of the panelists. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Mr. Sadibo. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. So if you are a full member and associates, please proceed outside to get your dress. While we do the next engage the next set of people to actually do this briefly, then we'll proceed to what we are expected to do. Permit me at this juncture to invite Mr. Olumuyiwa. Yes, sir. Yemisi, Mr. Olumuyiwa Yemisi to this side of the round of applause for him. Mr. Olumuyiwa, don't mind me. I love your cap anyway. I don't know when I see handsome men. I can't stop saying they are very handsome. Thank you. Also, permit to invite another person, as we're inviting person with Babariga, also call somebody with suits. Mr. Ofurum Christian, kindly join us at this side of the hall. Also, let me call my beautiful sister, person of, I'll put Dame in her name, Dame Riches, Temi Dublin Green. I would have said all our colleagues should follow her, but they say they push her forward to do the talking. Also, permit me to call on Cynthia Chinyere to come to this side of the hall. As we are expecting Cynthia to join us this side of the hall, I will allow him to move ahead to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Aliu. So we're taking on our next panelist as we take a look at one of the critical issues in present-day Nigerian organization and HR professional, activities. Talking about digital and digitalization of workplace environment. One of the key issues that most of us have had or have been coping as HR is when we recruit new people into organization, most of them may not have the skills, particularly computer skills or digital skills to handle some things in the organization. And most times we compare and contrast whether going manual or going digital is more better in carried out an activity. But I will start with Mr. Yemisi here. In your own understanding of a digitalized workstation, what do you think is most important in getting employees to be more adaptable to digital skills and the digital environment that we have? Take a listen. The last panelist group, we are talking about ensuring that Gen Z understands some of the digital skills that we have. But we also understand that Gen Z are more prone to having a clear understanding of how to get digital skills. Yesterday, one of my colleagues here was asking me that I'm talking about getting on that skills. That I should get a digitalized skills, not just anyhow skills. But from your understanding, help us to understand digital space and digitalization of organization in today's Nigeria.
Thank you. In today's world is the world of digital, whether we like it or not. Whether you're an HR or you're not HR, we can't do without digitalization. Because every process, if you want to be successful in any business, you must go digital. And an HR must be effective and efficient in digital technology. The Gen Z are natives. They are digital natives. Whether they go for training or they don't go for training, they are comfortable to work with digital. If we have not put this into our front of deliveries, we can't achieve anything. We can't even move. The world of business today is not about being localized or work or doing something. You have to work with digital. I'm not just talking working with computer. You work with all your device online. Most of work are in the cloud. Most of work that you want to execute are in the cloud. Every process of HR, most of the process of HR is already in the cloud. That's why we have applications. Whether you're in Abuja, you're in Lagos, or you're in US, you can manage what is going on in that your organization. So, and you need to train your employees. Most of organizations, especially some HR consultants, will just come without a standard. Teach you this, teach you that, teach you this. At the end of the day, some will find it difficult to cope with this digitalization we're talking about. If you look at what the nations are doing, especially our country, Nigeria, they are investing in this digitalization because they want to automate every process. Recently, the president called all the stakeholders and the head ministers, permanent secretary, and said, by the end of this year, they want all the process to be automated. And how do you get to that? How do you achieve it? When we have less than 40% of the civil servant that can use things digitally, they can work digitally. And this is where the HR is involved. What kind of the training are you giving them? Are you just giving them part and pieces? Do you actually start from the rudiments? If you all check what NIDA did, NIDA invented and give us National Digital Literacy Framework. And you can go search it. NIDA Digital Literacy Framework is the standard. They launched it in 2023. And in that same 2023, it was taken to Florida, which was celebrated and was announced that it's the best in the world. Why is it the best in the world? Nigeria picked from the DIGCOM digital framework and also picked from UNESCO digital framework and marry the two together and form their own. So we have a very standard digital literacy framework that can enable us to perform well. How many of the HR personnel knows this document to work with? And we are saying we want to achieve working in the digital space. And that's why we're having a lot of issues. Everybody's clamoring AI. AI is good. AI is not going to take anybody's job. AI is even going to enhance the productivity and effectiveness of the HR because it makes the work faster than what you can think of. So if we can embrace it is an advantage and do the right thing. Don't allow some consultant to come and say, okay, this is what you will do. Trying to bring the framework. What is the framework did? One of the success story of India in about 15 years ago, they formed the framework, and they work with that framework, train their citizens, send them abroad. All of them are coming back to India now and doing wonderful things. About 8 years ago, I met one Indian man, Ramesh. Ramesh was working in the US, and 5 years ago, he returned back to the India, and Ramesh is doing a lot in India now in the space of technology, digital technology. So if we have that in mind, and we also, as an HR, understand this framework, we will get it right. And we will not be stripped out of our duties, of our work. We will still be functional and effective.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olumiwa. But before I call on Mr. Emmanuel for his own question, let me quickly bring to the podium Adaize Obiebu. Adaize Obiebu, can you come forward so that you can help us occupy the seat there? For Mr. Christian, this is what I will ask you in terms of from what Mr. Olumiwa have said. You know, we're talking about digital device and digital divide. In your own understanding, yesterday when we are releasing the questions for the group, for the conference participants to go and treat, there was one question that came up: prospect and limitation of a digitalized workplace environment. In your own understanding, help us to shed light on that prospect, and what do you think are the limitations of HR in a digitalized workplace environment? Before you answer your question, let me illustrate something. When the last panelist group we are talking about, she said something about memo. Like it seems like memo is going to extinct in most organizations, and even the one that is existing right now through email and the rest of them, we still having issues sending those mails. But from your own understanding, shed light on the prospect and also help us to understand the limitation within the digital device that we're talking about.
Okay. When it comes to the prospect aspect of it, in my own understanding, as a HR, it will, of course, help to foster and facilitate the work that is being done. Now, if the staffs are trained to have adequate knowledge to make use of digital facilities to operate in the various offices, that will help the organization on its own to see that informations, data are also kept and conserved. I want to cite an example of what is happened in my place of work. The people from the revenue office came up and said that the management, the owners should provide documents that were used in registering the company and other things concerning the company. That was supplied 2 years ago. There was a change of office. The next director with his team came to our office and said that they also need the same documents we supply to them. And this document is so voluminous that the photocopying of it was up to 70,000. And they demanded that we should supply it again. He said, we supply this. Does it mean that you people don't have accurate record? We are in a digitalized world. Do you still keep things in a hard copy? Don't you have system where these things are kept? You input it, and it is there forever in the database. Now, we told them, in fact, we had to give that last year. But it might surprise you that another director came in this year, and they came to our office. In fact, before we supplied the one of last year, my CEO told them that government is a continuous thing. And if you don't preserve this and come to this place again, we are not going to give you any attention. And eventually it happened. So when they came this time around, we told them that we cannot do it. In fact, we were in the office one day and we are served paper from court. We went and we provided document, even the memo, the letter we wrote to them, respect to that. And they lost the case. So that is, if for this experience, if that establishment had trained their staff and have gone into digital system of keeping information, I don't think that they would have been coming to us to request for same documents over and over again. So that is why it is very, very imperative that establishments, as a HR, you can also advise the management on the need to train or skill and even reskill your staff on how to keep data permanent.
Thank you so much. Let me say, doubling out the mic. And for you, my question is this. I was going through our president's speech yesterday and today, and he said something very critical that most of us, like HR practitioners, need to be very, very careful of. He talked about balancing the value of human resources and technology. My question is this. We've seen most organizations do rebranding, either the way of transformation, either the way of digital transformation, either the way of digital innovation. But you're not understanding of this digital transformation, digital divide that we're talking about. When it comes to placing value between the technology that is coming in and the human resources, what do you think the organization needs to do between technology and the human resources that's available to them? We know that we know technology is coming to bring speed, efficiency, effectiveness, but human factor to also play a role in that. But what's your own take in this regard?
All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will come from my own sector. And there was this saying that our lecturer actually mentioned some time ago. He talked about moving the landmark. Yeah, though things are changing now due to AI, but there's also this culture and landmark that can be improved, but it should not be moved. Okay, coming to the aspect of HR and then AI. I also remembered when I got into my organization, my first post was personnel officer in charge of teaching staff. Now, we have the issue of record keeping. I'm just being honest with you. We have the issue of record keeping, and also poor infrastructure is there. I also discovered poor digital literacy is also there. Then funding constraint is there. Now, if as HR,
We want to improve. Poor infrastructure can also hinder it can hinder that progress. Now, why or how? There was a time when they talked about record keeping and also attendance reports, that's management, because some of the staff, we had the issue of abscondment, and some people absenteeism was very high. So we wanted to monitor the staff. So they now brought up this policy that we should have every month report. Some of the administrators didn't know how to use Word, talk less of Excel. I'm talking about now low digital literacy. Now, if they had that orientation when they were employed or recruited at that time, I don't think they will have so much issue in preparing such kind of reports. Yeah, they were still even calling me names because I started training them on how to use Excel to do this computation, calculating it with the formulas and all that. But the weak ones or the lazy ones didn't want to improve. And none of them want to use their money to learn, maybe buying data or whatever it is, and you learn this thing from your gadgets. None of them wanted to learn. And then the organization, they kept talking about funding constraint. So nobody is funding the training, orientation, all those things. So we had that big problem. Then, okay, if you want to use computer now, let's take, for example, you want to store some information or data on a system. And then you have this urgent need of retrieving such data, and there's no light. What do? That's why you see people still use paper. Regardless, so when there is no light, you go back to paper. So it's actually hindering the progress of AI. Now, for funding constraint, I feel that there should be a collaboration. There's something they call the PPP, which we know, the private-public partnership. That can also be adopted by the federal government somehow. They can partner with the banks. As I work in Bonny, we try as much as possible to partner with LNG, Shell, and all that because of the students. So that can also improve AI, and it will help the HRs in that place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dublin. Well, let's have Ada Izzy also have our own input on the digital device. My take to you will be on the issue of automation. She said something very key, and I would direct that question to you in a way that, can we really do away with manual as HR? Because there's something she talked about, infrastructural deficit, funding paucity, and even the laziness among, staff that doesn't want to adapt to the new digital device. But can we really do it with the manual aspect in our HR work with employees and with our organization?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So talking about automation, especially when it comes to AI and tech generally, yes, it's very possible to eradicate manual, like, paper and pen and the office files and all that, because there are AI tools now for everything. And like you said, the main issue is the fact that most people are not properly trained to use these particular tools. Talking about payroll, there are platforms you can use for payroll automatic. You don't have to touch it again. You just have to use the automation. The same automation goes for employee database. The same automations go for even social media. Same automation goes for setting up employee biodata forms. So there are tools out there everywhere. There is literally nothing that we can do in HR now that we cannot automate with technology. But the issue is the proper training, the proper tools, and the proper skills. Yeah.
You know why I asked the question? 2 weeks ago in my organization, the head of the station sent a Google form to all staff to fill in. Then at our editorial meeting every morning, we normally have editorial meeting 10 to 12 p.m. And he asked, how many of us have filled the Google form? I was the first person that raised up my hand, then someone raised up his hand. Then he asked, why are we not filling the form? Someone I said, sir, we have a printer here now, just print it for us. That's why I have to ask that question. But thank you so much for answering those questions and contributing. But we need to open the floor now for our participants. Do you have any questions based on their response to the question I asked them and their response, particularly on the aspect of, can we really do, is it possible to do away with manual in this present digitalization era? Can we really do away with manual? That's one. Then the other question to Mr. Olumiwa, talking about AI training, digitalization training. He said something about government policy. Do you know that presently in Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria has a project called DICE. DICE is to train Gen Z Nigeria, 6 million of them every year on AI, robotic, and all manner of things, talking about digitalization. Then for Ms. Dublin, it's about cost. Taking a look at between technology and human resources I've made available at an organization, which one is more important? Because we have seen some organizations spending billions of naira in digitalizing the workspace. But how much are the workers getting on the employees? And for Mr. Christian, it's about, record keeping, prompt record keeping, using digitalization to keep your record intact so that when authority are running after your organization, at every point in time, you can always present document to them. So if anybody has any question to their response, let's have your take. Or contribution. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Ijeoma Idika. What I want to say has to do with this, whether we can go 100% digitization and automation. I want to advise that we go bit by bit. Reason being that do I say Nigerians now, human beings, we don't accept change easily. But I want to talk to all of us here, professionals, that there is not too much you can use from your pockets to use to develop yourself. In my office, I keep talking about my office. I have admin officers working under me. Most times, they are the ones that will never use their data to do anything. Just like he said, right now, there's a Google form, something that is going on for them to vote for who we are going to recognize an award according to the demands of the head of service. I have been begging them since. All you hear is no data, no data. But they will be on their phone, pressing their phone with their data. Because I didn't buy data for each and every one of them, they will not do what they need to do to improve themselves. Again, sometimes train them. I'm in admin, so I know. We make provisions sometimes and send officers to go on training. They see it as staff welfare. You see that they don't sit down where you send them to go and sit and learn. They write their name, they disappear. We know all these things. They disappear, they will not learn anything, and they come back. Is that DTA and the allowance that is their interest? I'm speaking this way because I want to our conscience, all of us. Your money, yourself. In anything that you do, I keep begging them. If you come to my ministry, it's a professional, more professional, I can say. But there are people there. I say, make yourself relevant. He's in his office. He's a technical officer. He does his job. It is your own. You allow them to open files by themselves. Something that are your own professional work, do them.
Yeah.
So that you'll be recognized. But they will not do it. You see everybody lagging the guy. I think none of us here is doing that kind of thing.
No. We are not here.
Your work, but that not like to use it to take your work.
All right, Stephanie. Yes. Mommy, Dr. Ijoma Idika, I have one of your staff here. Yes, she has concurred to what you are saying. And she told us how thorough you are. I don't want to expose her, but you know her. Thank you so much. She knows herself too. Please.
What she's saying is quite practical at this point in time, but I won't add more to it. But let's also have any other contribution from the floor. Okay, doctor is also willing to say something.
Please, okay, just two of them now. So after them, it's okay.
Well, the doctor is she's my big mommy in service, and I can see the passion. She's really putting on this matter. And it's a clarion call. It's a clarion call to everybody. You know, like I use myself as an example. Like I was talking with Mr. President now, he said he doesn't want to say some things because he doesn't want to break the table. You see, you need to develop yourself. To succeed, to fail is you. I say it everywhere. Like I was discussing with some people yesterday, I did not start with HR. All my life, I've been a risk analyst. Go and check my background since I started working. It was when I got to service, they said, you study business admin, you are going to admin. I never had admin before. I used to know in the bank. If you have seen me now, you will think that I have known this thing, but I have to give myself to learning. I met level 6 officers, I met level 7 officers. I had to eat the humble pie and learn from them. Now, in my office now, we are talking about digital skills. I can tell you, I can bet you, 80% of people are not very good. I ask now, there's this phone, this mommy's phone. How many of you have this phone?
Plenty.
Let me see. Just raise up your hand. No, not this folding one. This one. No. How many of you have it?
Cynthia is having.
Okay. I want to ask, do you know the function of this phone? Sir, no, sir. It's only you. Please. Do you know the function of this phone? This is a desktop in a pocket. A desktop in a pocket. Do you know that you can send this thing, you can print from this remotely? You can generate a memo, you can do a lot of things, you can do Excel, you can do presentation on this. But most people, not all phones, this one, as if you are using your desktop computer.
My phone is a single one, it can do it.
But as far as I'm concerned, most of us, we are too, and that is why I told them, that's why when you see somebody that is creative, it becomes an enemy. Somebody that is creative becomes what? An enemy. Like what mommy said, if you don't believe it, people that know it will take over from you. We cannot go back to Egypt. When we started today, Office of the Head of Service is paperless. I can tell you I was the first person that launched the ECM in the Office of the Head of Service. I was the first person that sent a message to that platform.
Yes.
And today, it is now an institution. Whether you like it or not, yes, it will go paperless. And nothing will change it. It's better you train yourself. Most people, they will have money, they will be going to be use it to improve yourself. Go to training. Right. Go to any learning programs. If you go to learning programs, you'll see a lot of free trainings there. Go and do trainings. Learn more. Most of you will be playing Candy Crush, playing games on your phone. Use it for something better.
All right.
So please,
at this point, we need to have self-development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. So we are moving to the next person. Please tell us your name and where you work and your group.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Bello. I'm a civil servant, a very proud one. So, Miss Sidika, that's my madam and one of my mentors. So honestly, I agree with all the speakers, but there's something I'm not hearing. Mindset shift and mentoring. We are not hammering on that enough on that. HR needs to do more. You can train everybody, retrain, spend money. But when there's no shift in mindset, how do you get to achieve what you want to achieve? People just think, as she said, training it's for welfare. I don't prescribe to that too, because people don't want to go and develop themselves. But HR has a lot to do. We have to change the mindset of people we work with. We have to mentor them. Those at the head of the HR now that are talking about the digitization, how digitized are they? Are they willing to also learn? Yes, the old school, some of us, I'm very digitally, Gen Z too. Exactly. But some do not, they are not, it's not them. They will tell you, I have somebody that will do it. But they are the ones at the head of those HR departments. So how do you want these things to work when, they themselves are not very comfortable? And this thing is new. And as she said, we should take it one day at a time. We cannot run when we have not started crawling. We can't compare ourselves to US and other places. We have to start somewhere. So HR has a lot. In developing those policies, we have to put all those things in place. Change of mindset, mentoring. For me, that's very key. And I know I do that at my workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, that clap is not for only how, it's for this circle here. Please clap for them. They have been doing meeting to present this. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Adefolarin. So let's give them 1 minute to round off. Then we move to the next level.
In that regard, so let's have your 1 minute thought on what you have said and going forward.
Okay. Well, in going forward, like we are also discussing, one of the things that will make all these things work, especially training, like Madam said, that many people, they send many people to training, and at the end of the day, they won't be able to input it into their work. And one of the reasons why there's always a call is, by the time they are going to training, there is no proper information to tell them that the training you're going to write an exam. And if you don't pass, you will return the money that we are going to spend on you. That is a clause for them to be serious. 2, the exam is not just, it shouldn't be just one exam. We are in a global village. Let it be a global exam. That it will be competitive. That they know that what the government or what the organization is giving them is a live opportunity. Even when they leave the work, they can still use it either for maybe consultant or to also keep themselves going. Our mommy here left a night as a president. She has gotten so many certifications, so many recognition internationally, and she's still relevant after service. So if we are going for a training, we are not looking outside the box of the work, we will still find ourselves useless to ourselves. And like Madam has said that the HR themselves need to train themselves, understand whatever they want to give out. And that is how they will be able to measure the quality of whatever they've been given. That's my submission.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is that when you are trying to gather talent for your team, it's important that you have people that have the like minds and have open mind, because these things are really not that much. They're really not that deep. They're really not that difficult. And like somebody said, your cell phone, there's so much you can do with your cell phone. You just have to open up your mind and understand that it is actually not as difficult as you feel it is. And the cell phone is what we call user interfaces, UI, UX. So they are self-explanatory. Every step you're taking, there are options, there are buttons, there are colors. You just have to open up your mind. That's the bottom line. And you also have to hold the people that work with you or for you accountable. You cannot tell people to do something that you're not doing, like she had mentioned. You need to know how to do it and also hold them accountable. Have you done it? Has it been done? There are reporting platforms like Calendly and Trello and Slack that all they have to do is just tap, I've done it, that's all. And you see it from where you are. So the main thing here is not that AI is difficult or technology is overwhelming. It's just that our hearts and our minds are not open. So if we have an open mind, sky is our limit.
Thank you.
We'll also say that as HRs, we want to appeal to the hearts of individuals who are working with organizations where we are to upskill, to learn, and to train themselves. We want to help them to understand that when you go digital, it is yourself that you are helping. It's not just the organization. Tomorrow, you might even leave that organization. Your ability to learn and train yourself while you are with that organization can help you to excel in another organization. I have a situation where I work, a particular staff, a cashier have refused to go digital. And one day it costs us something. Of course, you know that at a point when you have done your part and shift the accountant and all that, accountant printed some confidential information that should have been sent to her through mail. And that was given in a hard copy. That was how a confidential information was leaked in the whole of the organization. When I got to know of it, I started to inquire and to find out. I went to accountant, how come this information leaked? Find out that he gave it to the cashier. The cashier went to company canteen to eat and forgot it there. So you see the risk of not being digital, which this would have been sent to her via mail. Another thing is that some business owners are always afraid of cost wage. They are always afraid of cost implication to bring out money to train staff in this regard. So where we encourage staff to invest on themselves, business owners, some are also very difficult to deal with when you ask them to invest in order to train people.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to add to what my group partner and professional colleague said. There's supposed to be a shift in our mindsets, to be honest. Because if you don't do that, you won't grow. Now, why I'm saying this is because as a SARO, Senior Assistant Registrar, I have others who are PARO, Deputy Registrar, and the rest of them. Most of them don't even know how to use their phone to do their work. When my position was vacant and then my registrar was looking for someone to take over that position, the seat was vacant for a long time and nobody to fit in. I was just in my office and I just saw a redeployment later saying that I should go and I was like, how? You know, but the truth of the matter is, ever since I got in, I've not disappointed my registrar. I even found out that there are things that she didn't know that she was just putting the whole thing now on me, that aspect of even our bosses not even knowing the job. So even in vetting some of the AI, ChatGPT can help you vet your minutes. Or some people don't even know. The book I'm writing today, I contacted an editor and then he messed up the work. I had to go back. I had to start editing again. This is something I paid someone to do. But I had to somehow use AI, ChatGPT, and it helped me. So another thing is availability of data. it's a very big issue, and it can also help us as HRs.
Right.
Because if the data is not accurate, how do we improve, or how do we even impute the right data to get the right results? So it's a very big issue. So for our bosses, those of you that are here, because I'm working in Bonny, you're here at the helms of your affairs, please help us. If you give us the accurate data, I'm sure we'll do well wherever we are. Thank you so much.
Clap for her. So, Riches, when is the book going to be out? It's actually out. And what's the title of the book? Yes, now. It's not supposed to be public. The book you are writing for is not supposed to be public. Are we not your first buyer? Not yet. Women, why are you defending her? Look at people that are talking. No problem. I'm waiting for that book. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being patient and being following this program so far. So after this discussion, I will invite the president to just give us just 1 minute remark. We have a snapshot, we do the induction. Then, I don't want to say we call it a day. Then I'll tell you what to do. Then we'll have a beautiful program. All right, President, please, I have the singular honor to invite you to this side of the hall. Round of applause for him. Remember, he asked 9. Is it 9? 10. He asked 10.
Thank you, the discussant. I'm very, I'm highly impressed with the way you address issues, even the first group, the first panelist. In all, I didn't want to say anything initially. I had to tell my chairman there that I don't want to rock the table, but I need to give some remark before the end of the program. Yes. It appears people are not really getting the message of what constitutes a generational gap. Emphasis is laid on Gen Z. Gen Z. Who is afraid of Gen Z? Certain people seems to be, they say that they are afraid or they are concerned or they don't really understand them. Some of these things are not new. It is just a generational change. Some of these things we are struggling with to understand today have been there long, many years ago. I didn't know how to ride a car until I think I started working before I rode my first car. I was already 26. Today at 12, you see some children will be struggling to even move your car. These things are there. Even at family level, you will see some deviants, so to say, that is people who don't believe in what you have put as instruction, as a standard in your family. You see them going against your direction, your instructions, so to say. Things have been there. And you will not blame the Gen Z, so to say. Who is the Gen Z? Is it the time they were born that is the issue? Or the peculiarity of their characteristics that is the problem? Or is it that they are products of a certain generation that seems not to be bothered in parenting, intentional parenting of the children? Or is it that globalization has really affected them? There are lots. That's why I say I don't want to. A lot of issues. We need to go to the roots. It didn't start today. I mean, you can imagine someone who is just 14, 15. You see the parent will be struggling to smuggle him into a university. There are 3 quotients you need to be seen as a matured person. One of them is intelligent quotient, emotional quotient, and social quotient. If you look at the three, yes, you might be a first-class material, but you might not be able to relate. If you are careless with your first-class grade, you might end up working for someone who is a school start holder. These are issues we need to address. You see parents be lobbying teachers to be skipping classes. You see someone who is just 12 years old, is the parent will want to push him to go and write GC or SSC and all whatnot. Emotionally, these children are not matured. Desperation on the part of the parent. I mean, how will a parent pay experts to solve JAM and why questions so that they will give it to an examiner and they will smuggle the thing into the exam one, and you say, my child got a distinction, my children, my firstborn is in. I mean, who are you competing with? We are all complaining about Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z. There are people who belong to these generations that are doing well. They have courtesy, they greet you. I mean, I met one of Christian and wanted to shake hand with me. My firstborn is a medical doctor. This boy is just in 200 level. He wants to shake hand. And his father was standing. I was just looking. I grew up in an environment where even the people who try to copy, they are still disciplined. The Western world, I mean, how will a boy 12 years old, if there are no cultural factors to guide the way we relate, one day we'll start eating ourselves raw. There are bound to be cultural factors. The people who try to imitate, they have their own issues. People are complaining about problems, social issues, and in fact, that was what made me to go to Lautech to study MSc social work, just to understand this generational problem. And when I saw the issue, I said, yes, we are all involved. I mean, your children will be awake till 12 o'clock. You cannot put on the TV. You can't put on the TV. You cannot censor. You bought a phone of 1 million naira for somebody who has never worked for 1 naira in his life. And you think you're exposing him or her to wealth. Yes, that momentary satisfaction you are getting. My son, my daughter is enjoying a phone of 1 million naira. When it turned the other way around, it becomes an issue. There is nobody who is not talented. All of us, as we are seated here, we are all talented and gifted. The problem is, how are you using your own talent? Even the armed robbers on the highway, they are talented, but misapplication of talent. Please don't let us see the peculiarity of this generation as an issue. We are here to help them. And the only way by which you can help them is to understand them, the way they reason. When I see a young man or a young girl misbehave, the first question I ask is, are your parents together? Because there are certain things I want to see. Are they still together? No, my dad is this, my mom is this. I keep quiet. I may not go forward. If you say they are sick with that, I will ask, are you the firstborn? Well, of course, we know firstborn, they like this authority. They are very stubborn somehow. And that's why sometimes when I see firstborn and firstborn argue, I said, it is your problem. Because they will drag themselves somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the second issue is gender. Each gender has its own peculiarity. A man, a woman, they have their own. We are only pretending. We are only pretending. Dr. Emmanuel, I see, when he was talking the other time, I just smiled. My wife is a very nice woman. You get it? My own wife, oh, my own wife. My own wife. She's very, very beautiful. She's tall, she's elegant. I see people who are short have committed, or it's a sin to be short. But what I'm saying is this: each of us as individuals, we need to deal with ourselves. The FCT chairman mentioned something. He said, I will relate with you on the basis of your competence. Each gender has its own peculiarity. I won't mention that, but this is not a classroom. One of the gender has the capacity to reason in 16 different ways at the same time, and they will not contradict themselves. I will not mention that. And that is why they say they lie a lot. The other one has the capacity to reason in 4 different ways. And when you put them on the scale of emotional intelligence, you know why they behave that way. Please let us be careful. Each gender should be dealt with on its peculiarity. Women, by their nature, are very emotional. And as such, you will not expect them to be decisive in certain situations. If you have a woman who is very decisive in some areas, you begin to ask questions. Is he really married? Does he have a husband? And for men too, when you are too nice, meaning will be read to your intention. People will begin to assume that you have ulterior motive. If a lady who is beautiful and hardworking report to you, I just feel like compensating you for your hard work, that may give you a treat. You know, that is not African. To give a woman a treat, you take her out with her family if she's married. And another time you give her money so that you just encourage her, or you give her a gift. I don't understand though. Dr. Elias, this is my boss. This time you give me, do you know he bought me perfume when he went to UK? When he came back, he bought me. These are peculiarities. The same thing a man. If you are single, even when you are married, and a woman just feel that, okay, you have not eaten since morning. The wife you left at home may not even call you. Darling, you didn't eat in the morning. Have you eaten this afternoon? But your secretary in the office, who would dress to kill, is not asking you, sir, you have not eaten since morning. You're looking stressed. How do you do? I was, you begin to bind and loose and begin to, when you sleep, you begin to see what you are not supposed to see in your dream. These are peculiarities. And that is why each organization should have policies to guide their relationship. If you don't have a policy in your organization, you see all this grammar, it cannot solve the problem. Because the society itself keep on evolving. We are talking about Gen Z now. We are talking about digital transformation. Tomorrow, it might be another concept entirely. Tomorrow, it might be something complete. When we started with Industrial Revolution, we got to the first and second, same thing. Third, fourth. We're in the fourth now. The fifth is around the corner. The sixth is coming. The seventh is coming. The 10th is coming. So they keep on evolving, and we are the one to adapt to all these changes. Generational issue is the basis of some of these problems. And why are you afraid? Why are you afraid? You should not be afraid. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. We will not let you go. Please join us in the photo session. Yes, Mr. Adefolarin, please come as well. All right, the chairman, please kindly join us. Then the inductees, please ready, because after you, we are. All right, Dr. Emmanuel, please join us. All right, Dr. Ijoma Idika, please join us. As Mama with Action. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adaize. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Yemisi. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Christian, for that beautiful one. And thank you, Riches, for enriching us with your richness. Ah, I know she's representing these people here. She's in your category here. Okay. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to have the full member and associate member to please come immediately. Please be there immediately, please. I understand the fatigue, but it's part of knowledge. Tomorrow will not have you disturbed. Is that not so? Yes, today. Tomorrow, someone will see me say, this boy, he troubled me that day. It's okay, please just be there. Others should join behind you, please. Yes, you should be the leader there, as it were. Control room, are we good? All right, please be coming. It's your time. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please, this way.
I'm the one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. Vision, Lord, count, stand up. Stand up.
It's very, very important. Yes. All right. Yes. Come here. If you're not comfortable there, there is space behind, though. And everybody will show. See, we can even see you clearly. Oh, you can see. So please. Right. Thank you so much. Permit me to invite the Barrister Lillian to come and do justice to this part. I don't have the capacity. I don't have the knowledge, technical know-how. I don't have the knowledge, but in fact, if I dress like this, they will sue me. Don't be so. They will call me that, why? Just like the armies are not here, but just like when you went and wear army dress. You know what it means.
Yeah, welcome to this part. This is the most important of all the occasion. Like I will normally say, I will just give a little advice that you comply by the rules and code of conduct of this institute. Whereby you fail to do so, the institute has the right to either withdraw your certificates or meet in court, whereby you are more stubborn than you should. This having been said, this is the way we are going to go about it. I'll read from the first paragraph to the third paragraph where it stated, therefore, as a member, you say your full names, then you proceed to take your oaths. That's from the pledge, first paragraph to your last paragraph. I believe all of you have the code of the ethics, code of ethics and professional conduct leaflets. Code of ethics and professional conduct. This code of ethics and professional conduct describes the expectation that you have of yourselves and your fellow practitioners all over the world. It articulates the ideals to which you aspire, as well as the behavior that are mandatory behaviors in your professional and voluntary roles. Therefore, as a member,
to conduct myself professionally with truth, accuracy, fairness, and responsible to the public, to pay my annual membership subscription fee for the first quarter yearly, to foster the highest standard of professional competence among those who I am responsible, to enhance proficiency and stature of profession by acquiring and applying knowledge in most appropriate way manner, to participate in all professional development programs so that one knowledge and performance are enhanced, to dissociate myself from anything that can tarnish the good image of the institute or bring disrepute, to honor confidence received or given in the course of professional activities, to comply with all the letter and intent of the law of the country in which I practice and agree actual obligations, to cooperate with all the organizations and individuals engaged in activities which promote the development and standing in the institute, to have a positive duty at all times to respect the truth and shall not disseminate false or misleading information, to abide by and to encourage others to practice the professional code of ethics in the institution, that I make this pledge in good faith and in accordance with the policy of the institute. I understand that the institute reserves the right to suspend me or dismiss me summarily from membership of the institute should I violate any of the above promises which are voluntarily made by me. So help me God.
Congratulations to you all. You have been inducted.
Congratulations to you. You have been what? Inducted. So it's a beautiful one. Yes, thank you, Barrister Lillian, for that wonderful job. I cannot do as much as you have done it. Congratulations to you. So you take this oath paper down outside and they will exchange with something beautiful for you. Thank you so much. Clap for yourself. Congrats. Congratulations. No, we are going now. In fact, with next 5 minutes now, we are closing. Let them just sort it like. Even we are standing.
Of course, now. Depends on the provider. We presented our we presented
no, I'm looking through by group. There will be somebody who right. It's a beautiful one. Hello, it's a beautiful one, and I can tell you next 10 minutes we're out of here. Now, the next thing is the final stage, is the reading of the communique of our conference so far. Mr. President, sir, he'll be reading out the communique, then we'll develop it further to actually share it with everyone. But he's going to brief us on what we have discussed and what have you. Thank you, Mr. Folarin. Please kindly go ahead, sir.
Testing. 1, 2. All right, let's take a listen to the communique of the conference. Communique issue at the end of 2025 National Conference of Chartered Institute of Human Resources Management, CIHRM. Introduction. The Chartered Institute of Human Resources Management, CIHRM, held the 2025 National Conference from 21st to 22nd of August 2025 at National Merit Award House, Abuja, Nigeria. The theme of the conference, Digital Transformation in HR, Opportunities and Challenges in Nigeria. The conference was attended by physical and online participants with resource persons to deliver lectures and panel discussion. Observation and recommendation. A, in today's Nigerian, talking about observation now, in today's Nigeria workplace, environment demand, organizational dynamic and changes. B, there is need to bring on board effective compliance between human resources and automation to drive organizational growth. C, today's Nigerian workplace environment need to address employees' mobility. D, there is also the problem of effective sharing of both human and technology in a manner to eradicate redundancy in organization. E, we must also tackle the challenge of balancing the value between organization long-term sustainability with that of employees' growth. F, state of human resources in Nigeria, especially that of private sector, demand a closer observation. G, the role of HR professional in creating an inclusive workplace environment need to be defined. Then H, HR professionals in today's Nigeria must play a critical role toward ensuring competitive wages and benefits to attract and retain talent. I, HR professional contribution to compliance of labor law and regulation must not be limited or hindered. J, in today's Nigerian HR professional world, must have a role to play in corporate decision making. Then K, the role of HR professional in building positive relationship between employees and employer must be strengthened. Let's now take a look at recommendations. The conference made several recommendations to address the observation above. A, call for effective pairing of both human and technology to tackle underutilization of workforce, job overlap in today's work environment so as to ensure that organizations enjoy the dynamic of change in workplace environment. B, ensure complementary between human resources and automation to drive organizational growth. Then C, there is need to dismantle managerial silos to address employees' mobility. Then D, there is need to also strengthen merit-based recruitment and use of AI. Then E, there's also need to balance the value attached to organizational long-term sustainability with that of employees' growth and development. Then F, HR professionals must improve their knowledge and understanding about labor laws and implementing of regulation in workplace environment. Then H, HR professionals must champion unbiased recruitment, inclusive growth, and safe workplace in Nigeria. In conclusion, the conference agreed that there is need for commitment from all HR professionals in Nigeria so as to build a positive working relationship in every organization. And also that HR professionals must serve as advocates of ethical leadership, professional excellence to drive the necessary reform, as well as ensure a prosperous future for all organizations in Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello, please help me.
And majorly, those of you that we taxed yesterday, we gave you questions to answer. And I can say authoritatively that 70% of what is here comes from you. And that is the beauty of this conference. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your participation. And we celebrate you all. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Please let me clap for him too. Very handsome gentleman. Thank you so much for that wonderful job. Yes, there must not be end to what we are doing. That's why we have a group. We have national conference group and we have other sub group. Please, let's keep interacting. And we're expecting group 8 to send their details there too, so that we can have that cohesion to bring out something meaningful. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Yes, if you do such a big program, there could be a shake. There could be something that is not enough or something that is, please pardon us. We will appreciate your constructive critique, not even criticism, critique. Yeah, so that it will give us room to actually do more going forward. You can send to us personally anything that will damage our reputation. Why put it in public? When we have president and we have the chairman and you have my humble self that is coordinator for FCT, you can always relate to make it get better. Yes, for FCT chairman, I know there's one again that is coming up. You are going to be saying it now when you have the mic. So thank you so much. If you need any information so far, our office is at Danzia Plaza, Suite C29. Danzia Plaza is by the church gates, by Fraser Suite, opposite NPC Mega Filling Station. Or you reach out to me, meet us if there's any challenge, any complaint. That's for Abuja office, why the headquarters is in the Lagos. Thank you so much. At this juncture, permit me to call on the chairman of FC chapter that have been hosting us to come and give a closing remark. Please, after the closing remark, please move to the pavilion. Let's eat, let's network, let's engage. I have somebody I want to meet, and I must meet that person because I have target. It's not even one, there are about 3. So I have my target already. I'm sure you have your own too. Yes, your certificate is fully ready. Don't worry, as you're sitting down, we are sorting it and we are getting it for you. Sir, what did you say, sir? I am 3 of you. I don't fit to president. 3 people lady only me. Even though if I'm doing sooner, don't be that guy sooner. It's not in a rush. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the president and the chairman of council, distinguished participants. It's really an honor to be part of this history, because I must confess, this is a memory, Mr. President, that will linger so much in my memory for a long time. Being the chairman of the chapter that hosted the first national conference of CIHRM. I want to say a very big thank you to the president for the belief, for the trust you have in us. I also want to say a very big thank you to the Abuja Center Coordinator. I call him one man army, a man with different parts, Dr. Aliyu Elias. Thank you so much. And I must confess, this planning, what you are seeing today is, I can say after God, everything, 90% lies on him. Today, I want to thank the headquarters staff. I want to thank every members that traveled from far. People from Akwa Ibom, from Cross River, Rivers. Rivers, are you here? Rivers, oh yeah. We have people from diverse places, from Kano, from Lagos. And by the grace of God, I thank you very much for coming. We are grateful to have you. And by the grace of God, maybe this time next year, I think one of the states should come up to say, okay, they want to host the national conference. Well, that one, Mr. President and the member of council will decide that one. And by the grace of God, we want to see that every takeaways that we have taken from here, please, when we get to our different desks, let us be an ambassador of this profession. Once again, I say thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to those of you online, thank you for being our participant online. I've seen a lot of chat. You know what they ask? those of us online, what is there for us? You have gotten enough. Don't worry, we'll send all this material to you. Thank you for being there. In fact, those online, I don't know almost more than people that are physical because the world is changing. But he said something. He said maybe Lagos. Then Dr. Emmanuel was quick to say Lagos. Though, okay, Eko ni baje o. Eko ni baje o. Let's see what will happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I want to appreciate you from this angle to this angle to this side. Thank you. You have all contributed. You know my joy? If you have not climbed this stage here, I'm sure you are not here. If you have not climbed this stage, raise up your hand. If you have not climbed here, so I'm happy. We have tried to engage everyone perfectly here, and that's the joy. My prayer for you is that all what you want, God will do it for you. Thank you. Let's get there talking and let's go to the pavilion. Clap for ourselves. Thank you. Bye-bye. Online. Bye-bye to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Those that got inducted online, thank you so much for being part of it. I'm sure your certificate will be with you shortly. Thank you for being there online. We recognize all of you that get inducted online. Thank you so much. In case you have anything to discuss, you can actually go to the platform online and talk to us. You can also reach out to me right from online. Thank you so much for being part of it. As we induct the doctorate, we also induct you online. As we induct fellow, we induct you online. And as we induct the full member and associate, you have been inducted. Congratulations to you and bye-bye. Thank you for having me. Or those online, let me just do something to appreciate you. Be there while others are going for their meal here. Let me just go to those people. Hello. Yes, those of us online, is a good time to appreciate you. Thank you, Abdulaziz Musa, for being part of this program. Thank you, Abdulkadir Idris. Thank you, Ademuyiwa Ademola, for being part of this program. Thank you, Aide Popola, for being part of this program. Thank you, Aisha Ahmed Abdulkadir, for being part of this program. Thank you, Ajose Moses Olubenga, you are much appreciated. Thank you, Aliki Taiwo yourself for being part of it. Thank you, Adeniran Punariam Danju, for being part of this program. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Anthony Kolawole. Thank you for being part of this program. Thank you, Brem, for being part of this program. Thank you, Blessing Agalea. Thank you, Candy Matilda Giang. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sefa Ziri. Thank you, Chioma Chijoke. Thank you, Dalahatu, so much. Thank you, Daniel Hart. Thank you, Daniel Oluwatobi Ogunsoya. Thank you, Dr. Afolabi Dupe. Thank you, Dr. Edet John. Thank you, Dr. Isa Rabiu. Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Helen Anyako, for being here. Thank you, Dr. Yeni Omolara. Thank you, Dr. Sanda Guru. Thank you, Dr. Yahya Mohammed. Thank you, Ezekiel. Thank you, Gladys Ihimewa. Thank you, Goodness, Chika. Thank you, Jalili Papatunde. Thank you, Lucy Anabewa Yusi. Thank you, Louis Abiodun. Thank you, Makajiola, for being part of this program. Thank you also, Miriam Anyi Kudo, for being part of this program. Thank you, Miriam Musa. Thank you, Buru Akpo. Thank you, Mopa Ayam. Thank you, Mrs. Okereke Dorcas, for being part of it. Thank you, Murtala Alhaji Tanko. Thank you, Muyiwa Olusanwo. Thank you, Nike. Ojo. Thank you, Ogechi. Odia.